Hey folks, how you guys doing? We're gonna do some artwork today, but it's gonna take a minute for me to prep all the stuff. So I'm gonna try to distract you, and if you're catching this in the future, you can skip ahead a minute, and we'll get into the thick of it. I'm checking my volumes here to make sure everything's okay, and it seems a little low. That feels a little bit better. All right, let's grab that, and I need to do a couple social media posts. So, my name is Phil Kearney. Hey, I create role-playing games. I illustrate them and I publish them online. And we're creating an adventure for the Eberron campaign setting. You can see the book cover here on screen. It's called Crystals of Mabar. It's for 7th and 8th level characters. In Karnath, we're basically fighting undead, demons, and necromancers in the Karnwood, which is the great forest to the north and central mass of the Karnath nation. It looks like my social media posts are done, so let me go ahead and drop that stuff out of the way and click our screen over here. Boop, there we go. Hey guys. If you think today ends up being fun for you, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon for notifications when we're live in the future. Here's a bunch of books that I've already created that are on the DMsGuild. They all have free previews, as will this book once we complete it. Let me drop this down here. And then we'll grab this. Let's get rid of this book cover we made around episode 40. We're now on episode 618, and we're in the final stretch. We're creating Ultroloth art right now. I've got my trusty pen in hand and tablet, Wacom tablet on the board. Yeah, let's keep on keeping on. I'm going to conceal this whip for now. Let's pull up. This is the reference image that we're using to create stuff with. When we last left off, we were doing multiverse inside the cape here, sort of like what we have going on with the Starfield here. But I wanted to take a quick tangent away from that. Jump here into background and build that out before I lose too much track of it, so that we can retain good contrast between background and foreground. I could leave it white in the background, but with the whip being slim like this, I feel like I want to make sure I have some sort of color floating around back there, just to help with dichotomy or with contrast as it comes along. So let's see. We're going to go to another page and fetch. Here we go. Let's fetch this. We'll grab here. And then we'll grab in here. Get that little contrast going in there. And now let's drop that out of the way and bring this back on and go down here into good background. Now we're just gonna grab a chunk. Hey Steve, how you doing? I'm just gonna grab a chunk. Like, see, this is helping a lot with that contrast. Like on the this leading edge here on these reflective points. This will help have that pop out. Won't it? See, that's not so good. Over here, though, we can do this brighter, this lighter tone over here. There, something like that. So I'm just gonna smudge this in real fast, just to create some language. Just to ground everything in here. We'll be basically trimming the space that we use here for the text, so that you can read through the text okay. This is just us being the token itself sits inside. My words are really disjointed right now. I swear it's all gonna smooth out and I'll speak smart like here in no time. But if we look at the image itself here, let's grab the whip and here, and now we can grab up here in this corner. See, when we make a square box, this as a token, this fits inside of a 5 foot a single square, which would be like a 5 foot square on the grid. So the composition is good because it actually meets it fills the space it's supposed to occupy well. So this is the most important part here, is this box. So even though the text in here is going to trim the feet and trim some of this text, and is going to like trim the cape here, we're going to block those out so they don't get in the way of the text. But the token itself is like this, which is complete unto itself. So that's what's more important to me, is getting the framing of that box than the space that it's sitting in as on the page. You see, because it's both an illustration of the page and it's a creature token that you can use in the game. So the higher function is its use as a game piece, and then from that we extract what we need to drop into the page position that we have. Hopefully that makes sense. So chunking this up here, and then I'm going to drop to a larger brush with a lower smudge strength, so that we can basically floof it out into clouds and dissipate it, disperse the pixels into the color. Yeah, that whip isn't perfect yet, but we're going to segment it into basically like bladed chains. So it doesn't have to be a perfectly smooth arc to be realistic. It has to give us a path to follow for us to build the chain links out of. I'll probably drop a deeper color back on this corner here. This is feeling about right. Liking this music groove. I like this music that we have on Epidemic. It's pretty good. It's got really good droning zone effects right now. It feels zen for me. So, for those that catch us in the future, it's Christmas week, and this is Tuesday the 23rd. That's right. So Christmas Day is on Thursday. I will not be here. I'll be doing friends and family stuff on Christmas Day. But otherwise, I have the rest of the week off. So I am going to book as much time as I want today to get this as to whatever degree of completion that I choose. And then I'll spend the rest of the day offline doing the stuff that I do in the evening, which is crafting the maps and the page layout and stuff to be able to drop these illustrations into to complete the product. And hopefully here in the next couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks maybe, we'll be finished, and then we'll move on to the next book. So we're coming to the end of a long cycle, and we'll have new energy breathed into us for 2026, and get more into the books that we've been building here on stream for the past year or so, in preparation of this adventure completing. The Bastion campaign, martial powers, the 5 color mana spell point variant rules update for 2024, the Spelljammer kaiju mechanics, the Spelljammer subclasses, the Spelljammer encounter, modified encounter with Volcath in Light of Xeraxis. We've got a lot of stuff on the plate, and it'll take a couple years for us to finish all of it. So that list of books I just said there, that's about a total of 9 books, and we'll be doing artwork for it, and like basically doing the page layout and the design and all that stuff. We'll be doing that along with the artwork here on stream for probably a good 2 years. I suspect I'll be done with them around 2028. At the end of 2027, 2028, and then we'll be able to decide, what direction do we want to move in for the next decade. I'll probably drop more. I'll probably take the stuff that we've built here and then start expanding on it in Patreon to, like the color mana system and martial powers. I can now make Dimir subclasses and options based on Magic the Gathering cards that reference blue-black magic, for instance. We can start doing a master transformation of all the MTG cards into the 5e mechanics with a consistency to it that we're establishing with the color mana books that we published on DMsGuild. Hey, what's going on, Fox? Welcome to it, my guy. So I think I'm about done messing around with this, but this helps create the contrast for the rest of the piece. Like this rim here, these highlights that are along here, they're popping out a lot more because we dropped some darkness into the background. I think I just want a little bit of a darker smidge here. Just make that pop just a little bit more. Let's do that. My attention is being pulled in two directions for design work. Rebuilding the color mana books for the 2024 mechanics. That is a massive draw for me, pardon the pun. And then the Bastion campaign. That is the other Goliath that I want to get out onto the field. So I honestly, I don't know which one's going to win out between those two, like which one I'm going to prioritize more. Maybe color mana, because I'm already solid on how those mechanics work. We've already been playtesting them, so I feel confident about those. We'll probably prioritize that first, and by the time we resolve all that stuff, we'll probably be in a place where we can proceed with construction of the martial power system. And then I think in between all of that, we'll probably be working more on Bastions as well. So typically I like to do artwork in the mornings, Monday through Friday, like this, because it's a good way for me to scratch the art itch before the day takes over, right? I'm like feeding myself first here and nourishing my heart with giving myself the opportunity to do artwork before I go start my day job. So regardless of what kind of emotional state I am at the end of, marketing administration, then from there, well, I can return and keep doing game design if I have the energy for it, or artwork if that's what's inspiring. But this is currently the last book that I have that I'm contracted with anybody that's expecting it from pretty much here forward. It's I might hire an editor or two for the books that I'm building, but other than that, and those might just be flat fees. So I won't have any obligations to anyone else. So that'll leave me free and clear to be able to bounce from project to project and work things out however they feel organically for the best organic flow for me to be able to work on the things. Whatever is inspiring the most to work on that day is what I want to work on that day, regardless of whether I'm on stream or not, because following my excitement is what allows me to sustain this level of production over years of time, is by having multiple projects bouncing along, and whichever one is calling at me for the moment is the one that I dive into, and then I feel more nourished as a result of that. So this feels pretty good for the background. I'm okay with this for now. I will come back and touch it up, I'm sure, at some point. But let's see. Let's get back into here. I could probably drop the dark into here. So let's do that. Once I'm finished whinging with this astral flow inside the cloak, we'll add some stars, and then we'll texture the rest of the body, and then we'll build out the whip, and then we'll be done with this piece. So I'm on vacation today, but I won't spend all day doing art. So, but I'm not limited to the normal hour and a half of production time that I typically have on a Monday through Friday stream. So I'm excited about what kind of space I can fall into today. I like doing these little ripply effects. They're super fun. Here and grab this, and then that. Let's do something like that, a ripple. I'm playing with the shapes and lighting of these effects inside the cloak with the actual curvature of the cloak. So I'm noticing like parallel lines or mass shapes. I'm trying to see if I can manipulate and utilize that to help make the cloak more interesting by the effects that are rippling inside of the interiors. I don't know if I'm necessarily accomplishing it. I'm just noticing the parallel. Let's drop that in here. I'm okay with lower contrast between this frock. Is that what that toga? Tunic? I don't know what the hell this piece is. What would it be called? I don't know the technical definition of that garment. Yeah, I like these shapes that we're coming up with. This feels pretty good. Make these little ridges inside here. This is a transition point, so it naturally draws the eyes. So I want to give a little bit extra time and attention to the shapes that are inside here, because they're more likely going to be seen more readily than, say, something over here. So I wanted to whinge on these details a little bit just to make sure that it felt really good being over here. Let's drop this in here like that. Let that fade up into the darkness up in here, up in here, up in here. This guy's going to the astral plane. Up in here, up in here. That feels pretty good. You can probably drop some stars in there and we'll be fine. I could literally whinge on these details for like ever. And at some point there's a depreciating return for the effort put into the whinging to the quality of detail produced. So you gotta kind of cut your losses at some point and move on. And that's where I feel like I am inside that space there. But I'm gonna come over here and finish stirring the pot over on this bit here. Bring this across in here like that. Absolutely cheating detail here. Like these little convenient pockets of light and darkness to help break contrast against the skin, or like the dark fabric that we're using for the clothing. Completely cheating that, but I think it looks really good. So I have no complaint. I feel restless today. Restless feels restless. That's my phone going off. Let's take a sip of water and some coffee and some more water, just to stay hydrated. Tasty. I've got some cocoa in my coffee this morning. Yum. Sugar breakfast is the best for artists, of course. It's not like I'm going to crash out from a sugar, from an insulin drop like maybe an hour from now or anything, right? Ooh, I like how this is settling in. Let's do that. Up the size of the brush a little bit to push these pixels around a little bit more generally. I really don't want to spend an hour doing this. So we're close to being done. And then we'll move on to the leggings next, and then this smock thing, and then some texture on the armor bits, and then we'll do the whip, the eye, a little bit more contrast to the head, and we'll call it done. We'll give up on it because this is not my best work. It just isn't. We all know there's no massive wow factor going into this. They can't all be natural 20s, man. There's a lot of numbers on that die, and you got to roll it every time. So I'm okay with taking the loss for the sake of the overall mission. But I'm content with it. I'm not upset with it. I'm not disappointed. It's accomplishing what it needs to do. It's just not. I'm not rushing out to say, hey, I'm not gonna pin this to the refrigerator, as it were, and say, look what I did. You know, this isn't that piece. But I love all my children. There we go. It's getting a little bit too uniform in here, so I'm going to need to spruce up the shadow a little bit. Drop some smudge into here, just to create variety. Cut along over here. This song's got such a PBS Muzak sort of groove to it. I really dig it. It's got this little funky hop step to it. That kick. It's fun. It's a fun little ditty. It's like real casual, smooth jazz, you know? I didn't know I'd be a proponent for smooth jazz when I got older. But here I am, smoothing, enjoying the smooth. Yeah, let's do that. Zoom in a little bit. Look for any of the rough edges to help brush those out a little bit, just to smooth it down, to be a little less painterly, a little bit more puffery. There we go. This will be good enough. Trying to convince myself it's going to be good enough. That's what we got to do. We got to convince ourselves it's good enough that we can stop now. And let's drop a smidge of darkness in there to help break up that shape. Oh, that looks pretty good. I like how this is turning out. I'm sure once I get all the texturing and lighting done, I'll appreciate it more for what it has. Smooth up that edge there to get that flow going with the cape. Good. There we go. That's feeling better. Cool. Smooth out the curve there, and that looks pretty good. There we go. No. Yes. I need to drop some more dark into the structure in here. Just looking at the balance of the piece, having a darker splash over here feels a little bit more balancing. That should take care of it. So we're almost done. There we go. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Good enough. All right, cool. That's all smoothed out. That's smoothed out. Let's go up here real quick. Push this edge a little bit. Get that clip in. There we go. Cool. There we go. Feels pretty good. All right, we'll let that be. Let's see. What are you all about? Huh. This and this have graduated to the trash drawer. Goodbye. Cape is looking pretty good, so let's dot in some stars. Oops. Let's go down here and grab a snidge of that. And are all these stars blue, or is like any red or something inside here somewhere? It's all blue to me. That's okay. We can go with blue. Yeah, okay. Blue, and I think I want to have some red as well. We can probably find a couple points where we can drop some red in, but this is a good sharp blue. Actually, let's go back to that's too paled out. There we go. No, missed it. No, missed it. Hold on. There we go. That's a good blue to be in. So we're going to go into the window. We're going to go to brush settings. We're going to keep spacing. We're going to crank it up so that I can't see. There's this dotted pattern. So if I come through here and I dot stuff like this, there's zero chance of me actually double tapping. I don't want to double tap, but those were shitty looking stars. So what we're gonna do is make it a little bit bigger. We're gonna do Biglies first. Two. That's pretty good. Okay, cool. And now we can duplicate that and go to filter and blur, Gaussian blur to fuzz it out. There we go. There, that feels good. those down. And then we'll add in another layer. Hold on. Yeah, that serves a purpose. And let's go. Let's do like that. Sorry, correcting my edges. Correcting my edges. Cool. Cool. All right. Back to here. And we'll add in. Do that, and then we'll duplicate that layer. There, duplicate, not delete. Thank you, son. And then filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Reduce the amount of blur because they're smaller objects. Yeah, about like that feels good. Save, and then. That feels about right. Then we can erase at some of them to reduce their signature. Add some variety in there. And now I want to create a mirror red. So I'm going to use this as my focal point. We're going to bounce this to here and this to here. And then I'm going to drop the whole complex down to about here. That feels good. Hey, thank you, Def. Good morning. We're going to take this this more gold. We're going to go into these darker pockets here where it can support that lower color, that darker value. Oops, did not want to do that. I wanted a separate layer. That feels like the right place. Let's see. Yeah, so we can merge down. And that's one layer, that's one layer. There we go. Now we can go back through another layer. Hey, what's up? Well, hey, Brody, how you doing? Long time no see, my dude. How's it been? Let's do that, and then we can duplicate this layer. Happy holidays, my dude. Yeah, of course. This is a study hall environment, so tap in and out as you please. I'm gonna reduce the blur on that one a little bit. There, we're gonna take this here, and we're gonna drop it down to take off the edge a little bit. I'm going to merge those down. And I'm actually going to take the whole block merge all of those down. And now I'm going to duplicate the layer because these accidents do happen. I'm going to take a very low eraser and I'm going to pick at some of this just to fade it in. Just to increase the amount of contrast in the stars, so not all just a uniform brightness. There. Oh my God, Mage Tower went so well. I know I was geeking about that yesterday morning, but man, that was super fun. I am looking forward to having a league up and running, some sort of league-ish activity on my Discord. That is. Yeah, it's Tuesday. This is the day that I said I was going to set up the post for recruiting for people to play Mage Tower, and I think I'm going to run it on Saturday mornings for like maybe a 2-hour block to get a game or so in each week, just to feel it out. I don't think it needs a lot of work. I just think it needs some time spent playing with it. And it just now it's just a matter of like figuring out the tempo and like how long of a match can be sustained to try real-time durations. Like if a hockey game lasts an hour, then we have 1 hour in real time to score as many points in game as possible as a means of potentially increasing attention during the game, so that everyone can stay dialed in, because the more quickly you can process your round, the faster you can potentially score more points in combat. And then there's the set method of like whoever gets the 4 points first. So like half period and getting your short rest and healing all your temporary hit point damage. That would be like at the 30-minute mark if we're playing real time. And then, and if we're doing by points with no real duration in mind, then it'd be like whichever team gets the 2 points first gets automatically triggers halftime, because the other team is dead. They can't like if you kill the enemy team, they can't score points on you, but it's all temporary damage. So they get there, they come, they aren't actually dead. They just get knocked out, and that all wears off during the halftime. And it's all temporary damage, so you get that in a Strixhaven game. There's not a lot of combat opportunities like in the actual Curriculum of Chaos. You have to if you want more combat, you have to make it up yourself. And so we're using the Mage Tower sport as a way of getting more combat into your Strixhaven campaign without necessarily risking characters' lives by fighting monsters, because that would not be conducive to a safe learning environment if there's trolls in the basement or whatever. So we don't necessarily want to engage in high-stake combat, but we want to use the combat engine of Action Economy to have that full variety of adventuring types inside of the Strixhaven adventure. That was one of the major motivations for creating the Mage Tower combat mechanics, just to be able to introduce that idea. But then on the other end of that, for the character development, is the martial power system, which is essentially creating mana-driven athletes to do athlete stuff. So, like your monk getting an athletic scholarship to Strixhaven would then be like that monk is going to participate in Strixhaven in Mage Tower matches, because that's that's part of the agreement why they're there. Oh god, that feels better. I really like how that's sitting. Thank you, Timely Timer. And let's since we're here, I want to feel and push this down in here. But yeah, so I'll post that today on my Discord, and I'll start getting more aggressive with looking for games and seeing if we can recruit some people. But I'm already very confident in how it ran, just from this weekend's game. It ran really, really well. And of course, all of my NPCs, like we built those martial power characters on Saturday over the weekend, and so like the berserker that the enemy team, like we were doing a 2v2. There was like a shadow monk, Gloomstalker rogue is one character at 6th level, and then another character was a dragon sorcerer at 6th level. And I was squaring them off against a moon druid 6 and a barbarian berserker 6 using the martial mechanics that we were using. And that berserker was just, it was you're not allowed to bring weapons in with you, so it was using the ranged assault power to manifest weapons to attack with, and so it used hand axes, which are just D6s, but they also have a thrown range as well, so melee or thrown range, they work both ways. But because the berserker gets a bonus D6 when you hit while you're raging, just on top of anything else. So it was a D6 hand axe plus 6 because of its strength and rage, and then another D6 because it's a berserker and it hit while it was raging, and then it had 2 mana that it could spend for an initial 1 or 2 D6. So when it was going full tilt, it only had 6 mana unless it started abandoning action economy. But assuming I went full grip, I could do 4d6 plus 6 damage on a single hit, and at 6th level I could do 2 of them. But the goddamn monk, like the sorcerer, would keep at distance with flight and not directly grab the ball, just throwing spells to distract and disrupt, while the monk with Gloomstalker would drop darkness on the ball to create a mobile globe of darkness that it could see through to charge the ball towards the goal. That would require the druid to burn action economy and mana on Dispel to drop it, but the monk could pop it back up just as much. So you can burn the entire druid's mana pool down to 0 by popping this, because with this system the darkness spell only costs 1 mana to cast. That's the perk of the 3rd level monk, a super cheap version of magic of darkness to cast. I see there's a block of text there. Give me a second. So there's a lot of fun strategies and counterplay, but that barbarian hit like a fucking truck, and it would only take 2 hits to kill the sorcerer. So the sorcerer kept the hell away and was just lobbing disruptive shit down onto the team. And it was a hard pressed fight. It was fun though. God, it was fun and punchy. And they would oscillate between strategies. Like they would do damage and disabling spell effects, and then try to run the ball. And if they got blocked up and being able to score the goal with ball in hand, they would then switch back to dealing damage to try to disable the barbarian and the druid. And it went really well. They ended up winning readily. It was 4-0. They actually just kicked the fuck out of them. They TPK'd 1 round, and then they just legit scored points on their own during the second half. So we didn't get into overtime. We only had time for 1 game, but there was virtually 0 issues with mechanics. It flowed so smoothly. It was just like regular combat with alternate wind conditions installed by moving the ball around. Super fucking fun, and I am very much looking forward to having more people dive in and play. So you can have as few as 2 players, and then have the DM have 2 opposing players. But I think ideally it'd be best with 4 players and 2 on each team, and then the DM just refereeing and answering questions as needed, and help process the round and control the ball when it's not being held. So the DM can step back, because the game runs, the rules of the sport run themselves inside the 5e game engine. So I'm really excited about that. But I'd also like 3v3 teams and also a 4v4. All right, so catching up. What's up? Did a gauntlet like that in Master Builders. When Saturday morning meeting in Central Time? I'm in Seattle. Let's see. Do the stars have to all be the same hue? Probably not. I thought I had created like these gold ones in here. Are these not separate? Hold on. I'm thinking the time would be 9:30 a.m. Seattle time. There's one, and see, yeah, there's contrast there. Most of them are blue because in the reference they're all blue. So I was going with the reference as my guide, but I was like, yeah, that's too monochrome. So I added some gold into there to create a little bit of contrast. Glow, blue swirl, black, and a couple gold stars here or there. I'm pretty happy with it. So let's go ahead and let the cape sit. It's technically done for now. Let's go back to what we're going to work next. The leggings, that's right. Leg and leg. There, and then this one. There. Let's organize this different. Let's take this and this and put the thighs together. Put those together. Those together, then we can drop this folder all together, ungroup, and then where'd you go? Ungroup, highlight, boots, leggings, thighs. So this is where I want to be at. Merge this down. Let's get that whip out of the way. Scroll down. Did a gauntlet like that in Master Builder server for a while. I think we mentioned that before. It was a way to have a session without having to sink too much risk into. Yeah. TPK just meant they couldn't continue the gauntlet. Right on. So it's just super subtle. Okay, cool. And is that the new Ultra? Yeah, this is the, yeah. Hey, bro. Yeah, this is the revised Ultroloth that we're doing. Chugga. Let's go. We're gonna start with dots. Merge down. Clean your house up, Kearney. Thank you. And let's see. There's spots there. Got our highlights here. I am sorely tempted to bond these highlights down. Let's actually, let's do this like that. Put that all in the same layer together like that. I think that'll work. Oops. Tip that out to the edge here. And let's take this and cut paste. Sorry, I'm monkeying around with shit here real quick. just wanted to push that leg forward a little bit more. There, that feels good. All right, let's collapse that down, collapse that there. Get back into here. All right, we'll keep working our burbles. Oof, there's very little dichotomy there. Let's drop these down a little bit more, so we can have a little bit better contrast. There we go. Feels pretty good. Dots on it, because we're going to turn these into little swirly things. What's up? So I finally got around to revising the Ranger, which I said, hey, good on you, man. Good follow through. I'm going to switch to the guitar pick, Smudge. You are certainly welcome to drop it into the Discord server for people to chew on. Something like this. I'll do like that. I don't think I need a particular direction for these. I want to try going all sorts of different ways. Oh yeah, we can do like that. Create some variety. Here and here, here and here. We go like this, like that. So we're doing stuff similar to this, but different, in our own unique snowflake sort of way. But these shapes are fun to play with, so I can stick with these and manipulate these more. Build these out into little eddies and flows and stuff. And we'll fuck around with this for a little while. Oh, right on. Cool, man. We'll keep at it. Congrats. That and then twist around here. Hello, new folks. What is going on, everyone? I am gloriously enjoying some early Christmas vacation today, so that means I get to open up the paint easel here and not have to stop at any particular time. I could spend all day on this if I wanted to, and if I'm not careful, I fucking will. Not my objective at all today. I've got a lot on my plate that I need to get done, and I'm looking forward to having a whole day free for me to do it. So I don't go to work. I don't go back. I think I have the 2nd off, so I don't think I go back to work until the 5th. Well, I'm going to go to work on the 29th just to check in and make sure nothing's caught fire or whatever. But otherwise, I'm going to be work AFK for a solid 2-week period of time, which is something I do every year. I always give myself a week off during Christmas time when everything really slows down in the office. And I work in marketing, so if you don't already have some sort of marketing campaign going for Christmas right now, it's a little late. So there's not a lot of business happening here. People are still resolving 2026 budgets and stuff, so we don't expect an uptick in activity for new agency services until probably February. So we'll have a little bit of ramping into new stuff towards mid-January, but everyone's going to basically be hibernating from the holidays for a good 2-week period of time starting now. So I may as well just go on vacation now while I can. So that's what I'm at. That's what I got going on. I work at a marketing agency in Seattle, just for reference. Put a little pocket in there. That looks pretty cool. Okay, so we're going to keep those shapes. Let's dive in here and clean up the details a little bit, just so we can have them be a little bit more refined. And then we'll add in all the gravity effects between the spaces, the ripples. I see text, but I wonder, how do I explain why don't artificers get to make them? One mechanic I thought of is them having the ability to build minor magic items that can hunt, that can hurt the creatures they can hunt. The way that I did it was I made spell traps. So you can take a hunter's trap, which is like a 25 gold piece item, effectively the cost of a healing potion, and then infuse them with spell power from level 1 to 5 because you're a ranger. So you set the trap and then you can infuse it. And the artificer and the ranger have the same progression. So if you reframe it, you can think of, how can the ranger be as good as an artificer at creating these devices? And then you can just silo it into a specific narrow hunter trapper or like hunter drone or whatever sort of stuff, whatever direction you decide to go with. Like I had also made an ornithopter drone pilot subclass for rangers that also worked with the artificer because they were both equally skilled. In this case, the ranger was able to create and control a small swarm of ornithopter drones that it would use as basically aerial scouts and hunters. And the artificer could do the same thing because they were constructs. So, but the ranger and the artificer have very similar class progressions. It's, 3, 7, 11, 15 for the ranger, I think. And it's 1, 5, is it 1, 5, 10, 14? Or maybe 1, 5, yeah, it's 1, 5, 10, 15 for the artificer. So they both sit like within a level or two of each other, of each of their class progressions. So they all progress on the same tier, but at different levels. The artificer tends to get stuff earlier. But those two can run neck and neck with each other. So when you're thinking about items for your ranger, just reference the stuff that's in the artificer now and reframe it to be a specific set of items that can be spontaneously created. And instead of creating a bunch of magic items, it can be, you can make traps. You can make X amount of traps per day or whatever, and then you could dump your spell points, your spell slots or whatever, your mana, into supercharging those traps. Like, that's literally how I did it. Not that I want you to duplicate my design necessarily, but if you're just doing this for funsies and shits and giggles anyway, why not just lean into the stuff that I built if that resonates with you, right? I mean, if you want to build your own thing to publish your own stuff and make your own money, then go ahead and pursue that. But that's one of various different examples of how you can take one class feature and borrow it into somebody else's. Like you could use like a limited scaling rogue sneak attack, or like a paladin smite, but instead of being smite spells, different snare effects, and instead of being part of an attack, it's prepped. It's stored inside the trap. So when the trap pops, it triggers the magic as though they were smiting themselves. But then like ensnaring strike, banishing strike, all that sort of stuff. Like it'd be a ensnaring trap, banishing trap, like Ghostbusters and shit. You see what I'm talking about? There's a number of different ways to manipulate the existing mechanics that already exist inside the game that we know structurally is good because Wizards came up with it themselves. They're saying this is how to build characters. It's like, okay, great. Well, let's take that as an example of how to build characters and build a different type of characters with those ideas with a different flavor. And so Paladin Smite effects become Ranger Trap effects. Or like look at the Rogue with its sneak attack. A Rogue doesn't have any spell power, it just gets 10d6, right? So instead, as a Ranger, you could get an ambush effect that is at most at 17th level 5d6, right? That you can add in without necessarily costing you a spell slot, but it's like the trap lasts 10 minutes. And if it gets triggered in that time, it'll do an extra, spell level d6 damage and have a kicker effect associated with it. But then it gets disabled. Or you could do like each trap does 5d6 damage by 17th level, and then like Cunning Strikes from the 2024 Rogue, you can reduce the amount of damage dice that it does to increase the effects that it does. Like if it's an ensnaring trap, it won't deal any damage at say 3rd level. It won't deal any damage, but it snares its target. You can throw down a lot of these because it's not dealing any damage. It's locking people in place and fucking with their dexterity, for instance. So like you see, there's like multiple classes that all have mechanics that you can bend into the Ranger chassis to create different effects or have different narratives. Hopefully that makes sense. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to lead your design principles, but if you look at the game mechanics that other characters have, and then modify them to fit the half-casting chassis that the Ranger is built on, you can create all sorts of really interesting mechanical design decisions that would be fun to switch up how the Ranger operates by utilizing that. And that makes Rangers feel less of a caster. Now they're spending all that mana resource on traps or snares or hunting companions or whatever. Like when we were last rebuilding the Beastmaster, we created that menu item list of features that you could template onto your summoned companion, and they cost extra mana. Like when I summon my pet, I'm going to spend a 2nd level worth of mana to give them resistance to a type of damage or something. Just basically taking a stack of different martial powers and infusing them into the companion that you summon with your Beastmaster ability, and basically burning down your mana pool by creating more powerful pets. And the Druid can make use of that same list of features to burn its additional mana while wild shaping to get these modified combat and utility abilities when they're in that form. Like spend an extra 2 points of mana, and while you're a bat, you have echolocation and blind sight, for instance. And you automatically had the fly speed, so you're using the fly template. And then you could then spend a 3rd point to have advantage on stealth checks as a bat, stuff like that. Blah blah blah. There's 15 different things that you can template onto your beast companion or wild shaped onto your beast form, and completely change how you run the games. I'm not going to use mana at all. I'm going to be a moon druid, and instead of spell slots, I'm going to acquire these different abilities that I can stack on, and then I'm going to spend all my mana pool to modify my wild shape form. And so when I want to change wild shape, instead of spending a wild shape form, I can spend 2 points of mana, and a 20th level druid has 80 mana. So if I don't want to modify my wild shape and I don't want to cast any spells, I can wild shape 40 times. So I think we were talking about this earlier this week, or maybe on Saturday. The druid in the Honor Among Thieves movie, when she does the chase scene, escaping the necromancer by wild shaping into different animals through the city until she gets away. She wild shapes 6 times. And a 6th level druid only has 3 wild shapes. So how you do that? Well, you dump additional spell slots into wild shaping more often, so you can chain through a whole bunch of different forms to have that sort of a combat, or that sort of an escape sequence, which was basically just ability checks, ramping the ability checks that she makes to evade or to make a hide check or whatever while trying to get away from the necromancer in town, dropping mana to change forms to aid the hide effect, right? Turning into an axe beak to hide amongst a bunch of axe beaks, for instance. So the 5e game engine is so modular. You can pick up class features from one thing and then drop them into another class and modify them to change the flavor of the templated class, and just brew things up that way. Hopefully that's making sense. I'm going to connect these together. We're going to be spending a little bit of time over here on these pants. Not that we necessarily need to, but because it's going to make the character more interesting if we do. And I think it desperately fucking needs it. Let's see, what time is it? It's almost 8 o'clock here, and I'm not working today. Normally I'd have to stop at this time and pick this up tomorrow, but I have today off, so I get to make this is going into overtime and celebrating my best life here on vacation. I stack up a shitload of vacation time during the year at my day job, so that when the holidays like this come around, I can just walk away for 2 weeks and basically be a full-time artist and a full-time game designer for a couple weeks. That's my gift to myself in the wintertime. And then my birthday's in May, and in May I'll take a week off as well to celebrate being alive and get to be a game designer. So for about 3 weeks out of the year, I have full-time gamer status or full-time game designer status, and try to get some productive stuff done. It won't end up being as productive as I want it to be, but I can try my best. So I know I'm whinging on these. Like I'm investing way more time into this art for this character than I probably should, but it's what the muse wants me to do, and I'm not gonna besmirch it. I'm in labor pains. I very much want this baby born and get back on with being alive. So I'm getting gnashy sort of teeth at the project, because this Eberron adventure took so much longer. I thought it was going to take a year. Meanwhile, like 3 years of production. I mean, granted, we built like 3 more books on the side while doing this. So it's not like this is all I've been doing for 3 years. We've kept our mental sanity and emotional health by diversifying and working on different projects in the evenings and whatnot that we stream, like the game design stream stuff that we do. Those will end up being the next books that we go through this process with, right? If you go back and look at my Spelljammer live stream, we did all the art for Spelljammer. We did that probably like in 9 months. A good 107-page book worth of like 90 illustrations in about 9 months' time, and then published the book, and then we came back into this one. We actually did all the playtesting and design work for this adventure before I made the Spelljammer book. But then Spelljammer hit during that process. I'm like, I gotta do Spelljammer. This is a thing that I want to build. And then we built out that book, and then we finished that. And it's like, okay, great, that was built. Thank you to Stuart and Andy for letting me take that year off to make that book. I know that you guys have invested time with me to make this thing, and you're still waiting for it to finish as well. And so I have this guilt level on top of me of, I'm contracted with these guys, and they've been very patient. But we all love it, so it's super labor intensive. I have to work on other projects while I'm working on something this big, because the risk of burnout is massive. And if you burn out, you aren't doing anything. You're actively running away from the work because you aren't emotionally prepared to proceed with whatever the next leg is on whatever you're doing. So for me, the way that I cope with burnout is by diversifying, working on tons of different projects at the same time, so that if I ever feel I don't feel like this today, that's fine. I can shift to do something else instead. We'll just come back to it tomorrow. Get that thing off of your chest, so that you feel fulfilled and content with what you're doing, and then come back strong, knowing that you have a purpose. So that's the way that I flow. Everyone's different, but that's my flow. Orinoco flow. Let's go to here. Clean that shit up. This is still pretty rough. We have some work to do over here still. That's okay. The job gets done. We just put in the hours and it gets done. But I'm hoping another 2 hours from now and this will be done, and we'll move on to the next piece tomorrow. Once I finish, so my intention is to finish this today, and once we do, my day opens up. The rest of my calendar day opens up, and I can do whatever I want, which is going to be working on map icons, which is boring as shit to do, and it's mentally demanding because I'm looking at placement and scooching things around. So I don't really have the bandwidth to talk about stuff while I do all that technical work inside the document, which is obnoxious. So I can't really stream that stuff. So I go off stream and then I listen to Sepultura or whatever, and just process. Yeah, the whip is cool. That's ooh. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with these smudge. I'm pretty happy with these smudge marks in general. So these are creating like gravity wells that we can then draw gravity waves inside of. I'm not a big fan of Denomancy or Wild Mount in general, but I like the idea of Yugoloths having gravity and time magic available to them. It would, if we had Duromancy spells and effects and abilities built into the chassis of the Yugoloths in general, I think that would make them stand out more compared to Devils and Demons. As like a true third faction. Right now they just kind of feel like a stepsister, you know? There, that's feeling pretty good. I just want to clean up the slop a little bit so it's a little bit neater when we get into the next production cycle. That all feels pretty good. Let's clean this up here. We just got to make sure that these shapes aren't half-assed, more full-assed than they are currently. So when we start adding, in the gravity waves, it'll look proper with the patterning here, which we'll be getting to here in just a moment. There we go. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and there, and now let's add another layer, and we're going to drop. Oh shit! I've got that pacing still out. Let's go back to our brush settings here on our brush, and let's get rid of the spacing altogether. Nope, that's not the way to do it. Windows, brush settings. $25. Enter. Cool. Back to the smooth line. What's up? Did new Mystic come out? Asking just in case, because to my knowledge it didn't. It's a UA only. The Scion, yeah, it's just a UA right now. Maybe they'll do something with it. I like it a lot. Once I converted it over to the color mana system, I like the Scion a lot. I think it's very, the way that I built it, it's almost like a full casting version of a monk, with less emphasis on martial combat and more emphasis on like modifying yourself to be able to have more utility through your body, using your mana pool to generate dice, kind of like martial arts dice, to use those dice to ramp your ability checks and stuff, kind of like a self-fueling bardic inspiration sort of vibe, along with like telekinesis and telepathy that you can use like the disciplines to further modify how your character works. So I have that down in the color mana playtest document, And if you look up in my live stream lists, you can type in Scion. I think I spent 4 episodes, like maybe 4 hours, on redesigning it into the color mana system. I'm legitimately interested in seeing how that finalizes, because not that I'm in love with what Wizards of the Coast does. I love what Wizards of the Coast introduces that I can then go and modify to use with like color mana or whatever it is. Like I like them coming up with new ideas so I can modify it and make better ideas out of it, or ideas that I think are more fun to play. Not that I'm saying I'm better than Wizards of the Coast. I'm just saying I approach the 5e game engine in a very different direction than they do. So every time they put out something, I have the joy and privilege of translating it into the game mechanics that I like for the 5e game engine, and basically reflavor how it works, like we've done with all the other classes. But that's just me, you know. Let's straighten out these edges here. There, that feels pretty good. It's not perfect, but it feels pretty good. Let's add another blorble here. I think that's what's going on in here. I am intending on having a conversation about the using gold as experience in 5e, because we ran that mega dungeon from level 3 to 10, where it was all extracting gold from the dungeon to convert into experience points back in town, with like the travel time and all that other stuff associated with it. And there was a question on the Discord of Many Things about how does that process work, because apparently a number of people have tried and haven't been successful with it. And I would say that, yeah, it starts breaking down around level 7, because the amount of gold that you need to gain a level is preposterous. So I have thoughts about that I want to compose and share, because I don't want to spend 3 hours typing it all out into a Discord chat. I'd rather make a video about it and then say, I made a video about it, here, go watch it. You can listen to what I have to say about it forever. But I'm not quite there, so I think that might be, I'm emotionally prepping myself to make that be a diatribic rant during my art stream tomorrow morning. So I think I'm going to have something composed, like maybe like a 15-minute blarb that I can ramble on about while we're doing artwork here today. So that's what my brain is starting to process. So that was a lot of fucking fun to run that playtest. Okay, so I feel like we're in a good space here. I'm going to drop down the size of this brush, and I'm going to start putting these ripple effects. Here, I'll show you. We go over to the reference image, right? And you have like all these little lines and like gravity waves between these like holes. This feels very much like Pandemonium. The plane of Pandemonium is just endless tunnels of screaming wind. These feel like the shapes of those tunnels, and these lines of the wind patterns moving from one tunnel to another. I like that a lot. So that's the sort of vibe that I'm going with here, is trying to get that same sort of feeling in here. So I'm going to start off with doing little dots and lines to see where I can get away with putting little shapes like this in here. We'll see if we can smudge these things out. I see text. What's up?
I don't think the idea of gold into experience, I get its tradition, but it seems
Just so contrived. Okay. It's a meta currency. It's a currency conversion. Yeah, but if you get it, you get it. But for those that don't, that's listening in, back in the day, when you gained a level as a fighter from level 1 to 2, you would gain extra hit points and basically a +1 to hit. And that's basically all you got. Maybe your saving throws would improve by a point or two, but that's it. So, and then you could buy a sword +1, +2, +3, +4, +5. When you get that magic item, it's going to cost you gold to get it, but it's effectively, other than the hit points, you're effectively gaining a level worth of combat prowess. So you can spend gold to get magic equipment that will improve your die roll, or you can spend the gold to gain a level, which also improves your die roll by the same amount. So magic items is basically, I can purchase 5 levels worth of combat skill as a fighter with this magic sword instead of gaining a level. So if I have a lot of gold, instead of increasing my character's level, I could stay the same level, but artificially create that level so I could then come back and double tap that level of bonus, if that makes sense. So the history of it certainly makes a lot more sense because characters were so simple when they created that, when they came up with that ability or that mechanic of converting. But it also, the meta of it is you have to spend time carousing and basically downtime activity to process all that gold into experience. So they built this like training time or downtime into gaining levels, which was basically you just spending time in meditation or relaxing, basically trying to resolve the PTSD of fighting monsters in tunnels that you're spending either by like drinking yourself into a stupor to forget, or like the guilt of killing people and gaining treasure from it drives you to giving it away. But this processing effect that your characters go through narratively at the meta end of it is them giving away giving away their gold to convert into experience points. Like that narrative it floats along that same idea. So yeah, it's a little contrived, but the gold is the gold has so many purposes: building your fortress, creating those magic items like I was talking about, actually gaining a level. And the more gold you have, the longer it takes to process that in society to be able to purge it from your system to have earned the level with. So it is contrived, but it's also self-consistent in its production, and it has a narrative that actually makes sense in the game world. Like it might be contrived, but at least it has a logic that it can self-sustain. Like it's a self-referential logic that it creates and establishes a sort of tempo and metacurrency exchange in the game of you can hoard your gold but not gain any levels, or you can give all your gold away and have nothing but be powerful. You have those two paths of ascending and strength inside of the original BX game engine. And as you add more and more complexity and abilities and features to the characters, it ends up making less and less sense. So that's why they leaned away from that in 3rd edition. But prior to 3rd edition, for like, 30 years? That's been how the game rolls. And it worked really well inside the context of its own ecosystem, as it were. Hopefully I'm not word salad. Hopefully that makes sense. You already said that you know why, so you probably already get all this, but for the people that are new to the channel that are listening in, that haven't built up the courage to start engaging in conversation with us, I'm just providing some context for what my point of reference is. So you can see this is going to take a little while for me to do this line work. But it's going to look fucking cool when it's done. I'm a leaf on the wind. Yeah, I think I do want to bond these together. Merge down. Let's just make these all flow together in the same layer so I can manipulate each other more easily instead of having to bounce around when I see something I want to fix. Yeah, see, now I can bend these around to help build these positive negative space channels that we're working through. I like that a lot.
I like the idea of psionics as a different type of power, but it has the different from magic. This one isn't. Yeah, you're right. I don't like the idea of golden experience. I get the tradition, but it seems just a little contrived.
Well, yeah, that's what we've been talking about. It looks like I'm caught up on chat. Thank you. Yeah, the system starts, like that gold experience point system, it really starts breaking down around level 7 when you need to pull like 7,000 gold to convert to experience points. Like the numbers start to get a little big. I was legitimately struggling against it by level 9 or 10, which is why I wanted to cap it at 9 or 10. I figured I'd run into that obstacle. And plus I was just running a mid-tier campaign just to test it at mid-tier. So I mean, it fit the scope of what we were trying to do, and it was a nice change of pace and pattern for how a dungeon delve typically runs. I like that variety of your priority really is the gold. So get the gold any way you can. Like killing monsters doesn't matter. In fact, it's just going to damage you. So if you can find a way to dodge the monsters, good for you. Wizards turned it into a monster bashing game with 3rd edition in it, and that tradition stayed through 4th and now into 5th. But by making gold the priority over experience points directly, you can change the priority of behavior, right? Like you don't have to fight that monster; you just have to get its treasure hoard. So, what's the what do you think is the most efficient or cost-effective way for you to get that hoard? Maybe it's killing the monster. Maybe it's tricking it. Depends on what gear of adventure you want to operate in while you're running that encounter. And they're all viable strategies. But by making gold the objective to turn into experience points, you have to drag the gold out of the dungeon, which adds a weight value to experience, so you can only accumulate experience points at a certain clip without investing more gold resources to have more hauling capacity. So it's really fun sort of meta game that goes on with how much treasure can we haul out of a place for us to cash in as experience points, and how much of that gold do we have to give away to the people that are helping us achieve that haul. So just the act of getting more gold out of a dungeon leaves you with less gold in the dungeon than you had actually fetched from it for paying off all the dues and stuff that you need to the people that are helping you haul that gold. So it actually creates an economy inside of the adventuring space of like hiring guard dogs and horses and getting wagons so you can haul off shitloads of treasure to convert into experience points after you get back to town and use that to pay off everyone that helped you get it there in the first place. It's like you might haul out 7,000 gold worth of material, but it's going to cost you 600 gold to get it out. So now you only have 6,400 gold, and that is less experience. So now you're having to worry about the economics of experience point production. And then you can layer on different amounts of gold can be processed at different size of communities. Like a little hamlet with 10 towns can't process 30,000 gold worth of experiences in their hamlet for you to process the gold with. So now the higher level you get, the more you have to go to larger population centers to be able to burn off that gold within a reasonable time period for you to get back into the dungeons or whatever. So as those time frames ramp up, it encourages you to have more downtime, since you're going to have to spend it anyway, to build out that Dominion style of play. Like all these causes and effects pour into and self-reference and create a positive feedback loop for your characters of amassing treasure to convert to gold, which takes time and a larger community. So let's take downtime to like establish a community where we can be like self-processing the gold, and that we burn the gold off, and that explains why the economy works without having to get into paper and pencils of like accounting and abacus, which we resolve in the Bastion system with the lifestyle die rolls that we do. But they didn't have that in older editions. So like that's how I'm compensating for the lack of economic mechanics built into the D&D game engine on 5th edition. Like creating that Bastion mechanic system resolves all the economics of cities, worlds, whatever. It's like if you use your downtime in a portion of your gold to, like, say, found and then populate a town, third-rank community, where it is capable of basically processing 10,000 gold worth of economics and production, you can expect, like, on a monthly basis to be able to process 10,000 gold into experience points and then have that dispersed amongst the X thousand of people that are in that town. I got to be careful not to overinvest because I have a lot of area I need to cover, and I'm focusing in a lot on one particular point in here, so I need to keep moving. Let's do that. There. Let's drop that in like that. There, we'll do that. Create this in here. Let's put another ball in here. So far, so good. So what, right? We want to curl around the leg so we can start showing its three-dimensionality there. Like that. There we go. I feel like taking a sip of water. A bit of coffee. I need to refresh my coffee. BRB, guys. I'm going to just grab my coffee pot over here. Man, I love just being able to spend a day working, just doing art, book production. Yeah, we're having a good time. I've got some salmon and a Caesar salad waiting for me later. Num, 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 num. I think I just ran out of music. Yeah, Epidemic went quiet, so I just reached the end of my playlist. Let's refresh it. Epidemic, y'all. There. Yeah, this is coming along. I'm liking how this is turning out. This is gonna be okay. feels pretty good. Let's wibble a line into here, a little dot like here, and bring that out here. Have a dot over here, and bring that forward like this, and this wrap around here like that. We have another dot over here. Then bring that in here, and we're just doing some flow lines that we'll use to flesh things out. Another dot down here, bring that around here like that. And a line here, and then a line up like this, and a line like that. And that'll probably take care of this leg. It looks pretty fucking cool. Actually looks pretty cool. And didn't take a murderous amount of time to do. So, I mean, we still have the whole other leg to do, but we're almost done with this. So, what time is it? 8:30? We might be done in another hour and a half. So, we might actually have this thing done today. And I was right. The more detail I'm adding on, the cooler I think it's looking. So far, so good. So what, right, guys? That's neat. Yeah, let's do that. I use a lot of smudging in my work. It's just, I like pushing pixels around. I know it's often efficient just to lay down like a new brush stroke altogether, but a lot of times I just legitimately enjoy the visceral feeling of pushing pixels. It's like pushing water, you know, like when you have like a small puddle of water and you like push it and that sloshes back together again. I love that feeling of that movement. So, not surprising, I found a tactile experience that replicates that when I paint. So it's very relaxing to me. I like this track. So far, so good. I like that song. I think this is on the oh yeah, suggested tracks. This is a new suggested track. We're gonna add that. I dig it. There we go. That is my 20-minute timer to make sure that I'm not obsessing or caught myself in any kind of too much of a tangent of any sort. I think we're on task today. I don't think I'm spending too much time down here. It's precision work that we're processing through, so I think we're giving it the proper amount of dedication and time needed for the task at hand. But we have the timer there to make sure that we have a chance to check our shit. I always recommend when you're performing a long cycle duration task that you have a timer running, so that you have like a tempo that you know, like I know every 20 minutes it's going to pop. So that puts me into a frame of mind of if I'm stepping through different sequences of stuff, how many 20-minute periods of time do I need to spend to finish my current position. So we'll probably be doing this for another 40 minutes because we have another leg to process. So we probably have a total of like another 3 hours of production time here to finish this character, which will take us to 11:30. It'll be time for lunch. And it'll be well-deserved. It'll be a well-deserved meal as a result of finishing this. And then we get to start on another piece tomorrow. And with God's grace, we'll have all of the creature art done by, say, the 28th. And then we'll be able to start working on the little corner sketches and vignette pieces. And just get that those little nuances filled in to finish off each of the pages. So we can then start dropping them into the document wholesale. I believe there's a way. I did some research and found some mechanics. I use Microsoft Word for my editing, all my page layouts and stuff. And I believe there's a way for us to drop our image files into a designated, like an assigned folder. And then when we open up the Word document, it will automatically import those images from that drive space without actually. It overlays the images, but it doesn't actually import them directly into the document. So I can have hundreds of illustrations without necessarily over bulking the size of the Word file that I'm actually working in. And if that's true, what that means is that I can take like this entire page here, if we drop that there, get rid of that reference image, and then we'll drop the page background. That means that I'd be able to take this all as a single image and then create basically a block here to on the Microsoft Word drop in. It's like make the entire page a box to drop this illustration in. And since the book is 107 pages of 10 by 17 inch illustrations as backgrounds with text, if I can work it so I can just make each page just a block, then I can as a single illustration, like I'm saying there, like not a Theurgy illustration and not an Ultroloth illustration and not a frame illustration and not a background illustration, just a single sealed image that I can then import into the document. That'll help reduce the total file size that I'm processing. So it should dramatically reduce the risk of Word crashing or having basically like a 1.2 terabyte document open on my desktop at any given time. So I think that'll help. I think that's going to dramatically help with the processing of the document. But I need to test that. So I intend on testing that probably tomorrow, to see if I can create that designated space and import things the way that I think I'm supposed to be able to. And if that's the case, then we're going to have a good time. We're going to have a really, really good time. And great, I'm going to call that leg. I'm going to put a little pocket right down in here because it feels like that needs it. But I'm going to call this leg done because I don't think any additional detail is going to improve the quality of where we're at here. So, what was it? Van Gogh that says that you never finish a piece, you just give up on it. We're at the point where we're giving up on working on this texture, but it looks pretty fucking cool. So that's inspired by the leggings of the reference image that we're getting from the new monster manual. That here. There, like this sort of stuff. Well, obviously ours is different, but similar. And that's what we're going for. It's different but similar. I like that patterning. It's really cool. Oh, excuse me. Holy Hannah, someone must be talking about me. That must be disgusting. Let's add these little shapes in here. Down in here, put in these shapes here like that. There. That should work out. Do like that. Maybe we'll do like that. Put these little clusters here. That should be sufficient volume to feel complete. So let's just flesh out and make these things look good. Yeah, we'll build like that. Nope, not there. Like that. I like this song too. Yeah, let's add that one. Apparently I'm taking a break from conversation, so cheers. Feels pretty good. I do like that. I wonder why it says sign into chat down here. That's weird. More coffee. Let coffee fuel my rage. A little more. There we go. There we go. Is there stuff processing that I'm not seeing? No, it looks like I'm on tap with everything. I keep seeing little flickers. I'm wondering if people are trying to add things in, but like auto moderator is deleting them, like bots and shit. Maybe there's a fleet of bots that are interested in what I do. Who knows? Maybe like a little spot here, and then blend this in here like that, and then we'll finish up those legs. That feels pretty good. Yeah, not bad. Looks pretty good. It's still shit, but it's looking pretty good. It's coming along. So let's see. Bond all this into a single layer. On group, frock, arm, yeah, I think those look pretty good. Thinking things through real quick. Hold on. Let's put an extra layer in here to see if I can get a little bit more. Let's grab this color reference down in here. This highlight here. And let's just drop these color samples here and here for the moment, just so we can track our shit up here. Yeah, okay, that's gonna work. Let's do it like this. That feels about right. There, just a little bit, just a little punchier contrast, just a little bit more punch. Like that. There we go, like that. Got that musculature implied in here a little bit. Without being overly concerned with the anatomy of it, just kind of implying it a little bit so I don't have to stress over too much structural shit. That feels pretty good. And then we drop this back in, and it covers a lot of that up, and that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. So leggings are good. Pretty happy with the hands. These gauntlets or bracers need something. The boots need something. This frock sort of thing needs something. This armor mantle needs something. His face needs improvement. This gauntlet, this bracer needs some improvement. But we're making progress overall, so it's coming along. Let's see what opportunities we have to work with this arm a little bit. Fade that in there like that. Just sculpt this out a little bit. Yeah, that feels pretty good. There. Chugga. That feels pretty good. Space inside there feels pretty good. Yeah, I'm kind of ran down on conversation. Normally I don't stream this long and do artwork, so I'm not used to just freestyling conversation for this long. So I'm finding myself in a little bit of a lull, I guess, to refresh myself to be able to pick up conversation again. But if anyone has any questions, you are certainly welcome to drop them in the chat. But we'll be here for probably another 2 hours building out the rest of this. I'm liking how that's looking. That a little bit more. Let's curve that out right. Bring that in. See how I'm tilting my head like this? That means I'm concentrating. I normally don't do that when I'm just just freestyling. I'm not in flow right now. I can definitely feel it. While being in flow while painting is amazing, and in just such a 0 point space, I can't assume I'm going to remain in flow all the time, and I certainly can't get myself to a place where I can only produce and perform while in flow. That is a dangerous proposition. That would limit myself to only being able to paint when I feel very inspired, and as part of production, I don't have the luxury of being in a mood. As Gurney would say, moods are for lovemaking and cows, and this is neither. So I gotta perform. I gotta produce. So I'm in the internal process of muscling through the fatigue of activity of performing on stream, as it were, for extended period of time. I am resolving that. Let's take this, this, and this, and let's just merge these things together because I like where they're sitting. This seems to be where we're at right now, so let's clean this up. Clean up that edge a little bit. Let's see if we can drop the opacity, drop the strength of the smudge brush so we can blend this more smoothly so it's not so garish and rough. We will give up on this piece. We're trying to find a place where we can be okay with giving up, because it'll never be good enough. Hey, what's up? Hey, welcome back. I'm still pushing pixels here, y'all. I'm in a conversation lull right now. Highlights are on a separate layer so that I can sculpt. I can basically wrap the light around the shape of the mantle. There, that feels pretty good. Straighten this out down here. That feel good. What's up?
Had some work on.
Oh, right on, man. Cheers. Push this out. Curve this in. Nope, that's the wrong way to do that. Do not erase, Kearney. Thank you. Just got to smooth these lines. They're a little rough, so we need to smooth this up a little bit to help make it more like better material. There's a lot of roughshod going on inside this piece so far. I have to smooth out. Feels better. Smooth around inside here. There. Better. Doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to not be shitty, you know? Smooth out the line. See how much I'm concentrating? My head's tilting. The right-hand side of my brain is too heavy. I'm trying to analyze too much. This could be cleaned up. It's a little shoddy. Oh, I need to bring the cape back. Get that that chrome-like look to it. Smooth that out so it's not so rough. I think I've said that like 4 times now. You get it, Phil? Nope. Bring that in. Nope. Here. Good. Always doing a little bit of smudging. That's just how I do. Let's we need to refresh our music. I like that song too. Add that. Hopefully these are being added. Let's refresh. Let's go here. Yeah. Clean up this curve. Clean up this curve and this will be looking pretty good. Oh man, the fatigue is real. I normally don't do art this long in the mornings. It's like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours at most, and then I take a good 8-hour break. I didn't realize how soft I was getting. Clean up that edge. There we go. That's starting to feel better. Just gotta get this. It's just rough, you know. It just looks rough. And that's what we mean by giving up on the piece eventually. Like at some point, we're just not going to get any gains off of the effort that we're putting in. And we are approaching that margin for this stuff. At some point, it's not going to matter anymore. Not quite there, but we're getting close to that point. Whereas this is not going to be worth, there won't be any value added if we just continue mincing details in. We're arguably already at that point, but I'm not willing to accept it yet. There's a lot of quality that we can continue to upgrade here. Like this. There, that feels pretty good. Let's go over here and fix this edge. Hello folks, welcome to the mix. Straighten that up here. That feels pretty good. This needs to be strengthened here. Curve that out here to smooth out that line. A little bit more crisp. That's a little thin, so we need to thicken this up over here a little bit. And then curve this out here to match in like this. Here we go. Okay, yeah, that feels stronger. I want to put more plate in over here. So let's, I'm gonna add a separate layer so that I don't mess with the structure that I already have established. So we're gonna drop that plate in here like this, and we're gonna drop this in here like this. Obviously we won't see it on this side because it wraps around, but we can do a little strip like this to indicate a little bit of something going on over there. Logging in the hours, folks. Just putting the hours in. Thanks a lot to everybody that's been joining on the channel and kicking around with me in chat and exploring these design ideas with me. It's just I'm glad that I have an audience that I can connect with. That the ideas that I have out there are things that resonate with people, and find that lost element of the game system. We can get to pick back up here using 5e engine. Feels pretty good. Let's bring this down, create a front edge here like that. That feels pretty good. Then up here, we'll push this out. Yeah, like that. Push this in here so it looks like it's part of it, just in a shaded space. There. Push across. There we go. this, and then drop some of that in here. Create that plate effect. Drop that in here. Here, that feels about right. Let's grab this dirty edge here and drop it in here to smudge up and darken down that angle. There, that feels pretty good. I like that. I like that as a girdle, as it were. Let's build out a little bit more in here, just to create a little bit more structure. There's something like that. We'll see if this makes sense. It feels right, so I think it should be fine. Oh yeah, this is gonna work out. Seems a little off center. It should probably be here. There's a mild crook in the hips that happens slightly facing off in this direction. So I need to be mindful of that when I'm scoping out a shape. But I like how this is looking. This is looking actually really, really strong now. Shape is finding its form. Says no one ever. Let's get this curve balanced out here so it looks like it's built with a purpose. Curve that down. Push this base up a little bit to be a little thicker. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Twist that out. There we go. I hear my timer going off. Yeah. 20-minute timer, thank you. What time is it, like 9? Yeah, we're doing really good. There, that feels pretty good. Something overloaded. What the hell was that? There's a little message that said something overloaded. Consider bloody blah. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Let's grab some of this dinginess in here and darken this down here a little bit. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down something. Are we still? Yeah, it looks like we're still streaming. Mic check. Are we still? Yeah, it looks like we're still streaming. I'm going to mute the music here real quick. Yeah, it looks like we're still streaming. I'm going to mute the music here real quick. Yeah, that's plenty good. I don't know what it's talking about. Let's see, here and then here. Back to it. Just checking my shit real quick, make sure I'm still on point. Looks like everything's still on point. This is looking pretty good. Not my best work, but I mean, it's not bad. Here. Let's do that. Yeah, we're gonna put this in the good enough pile. We're getting there. It's we'll get it done. Let's merge this down. Let's do that. Create some highlights in here to just create some fabric folds and shape in here, just to break up that block, add some interesting points of interesting points in here. And of course, this is on the shadowy side of the body, so it doesn't have to have as pronounced. What do you want to do there? In. That's pretty good. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. That. Tuck that in. Looking pretty good over here. Bring it around, and that feels good. That out here. Getting really picky about the lines here. It's again, this is that depreciating return that we're pushing up against, where it's not worth it to continue the piece because we're not gaining any more value. We're not there yet, but we're encroaching on it. Just gonna blend this out. I'm gonna drop that eye because we know what that shape is. We'll find it. We'll be able to build that again easily enough. Right now we're just trying to clean up some of this line work here. Let's get that up in there. far so good. Keep on keeping on until it gets done. I like how the hand is. I like how all this is. This is all looking pretty good. We have to fix the lighting on this gauntlet, on this bracer over here. Not bad. Yeah, like that. Beep, beep, beep. I've been reduced to making stupid noises. I'm just going to stubborn my way through this. Let's get into this one here. Smooth this out. Here. Q. I'm sorry, I don't. What are you about? Oh yeah, right. I can merge that. I can merge that down. So far, so good, right? Let's grab some of this in here. And add some highlight in here from the stars inside. So we're creating this like artificial highlight inside of here. Using the same color that we're pulling from the stars to create those artificial highlights. Just to create a point of contrast to break up the block of darkness that we have in here. Fantasy art is famous for adding just random light sources in to highlight the shape, structure, or like angle of things without necessarily using any real physics to justify like, well, how's that happening? Like just unidentified light sources. I like building those light sources into the piece so that you know where that reflection is coming from. So you have a little bit more context in mind. That's actually far enough away that it shouldn't have that effect. This is very limited to what's actually projecting from the robe into the space. There, like that.
Hey, what's up? I find it so sad that Fizzband didn't brought back more true dragons like Pharaoh's dragons and others like orange, gray, and actual deep dragons, yellow, and so on.
Huh. Fizzband, like, are we talking about Dragonlance? The book? Which one? I'm sorry, I feel disadvantaged here. I don't know what we're talking about. Oh, right. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. I forgot there was a book called. I thought, yeah, I guess you're right. There's Fizban's Dragon. Okay, fair enough. You know, I don't expect much from Wizards about lore and history and stuff for 5th edition. That was more of a 3rd edition sort of amount of effort that they were putting into things at the time. Let's go along here and create some rim light back here as well, just to be consistent with what we're doing. Man, hit that line, Kearney. Thank you. There we go. That's breathing life into this. That feels pretty fucking good. Not bad. I'm hitting my marks. I see text. Give me a second to resolve. I'm working a line here. Hold on.
Because the 5e artists are so good, and
Oh god, yeah, it would have been nice to have more types of dragons to see more depictions. Yeah, I think the artists that they choose are really, really strong. Absolutely, 100%. Here, and then we'll drop this down as well, like that. Let's bring in just some rim lighting here with the stars behind, just to help build the separation of the images. That feels pretty good. Let's fade it down a little bit more, just to push it back. I'll drop that down a little bit more too. Yeah, okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. We still need to work these greaves, the feet, the central part of the cloak, these bracers, the eye. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces, and then the whip, and then we'll effectively be done. So let's take a hot second here for a sip of coffee. Oh yeah, I'm gonna refresh my water, and I'm gonna be back with you guys in less than 30 seconds. So stick around. I'll be right back. And apparently I need to take a piss.
Let's get back to it.
It's coming along pretty well. Let's look at a reference image. Okay, so you have all these little teeth that go along the edges of this stuff. I have not incorporated those yet. That would be along here, and then down along here, up along here like that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Let's see. What do I want to work on? Let's work on the... Let's bond this to this. Let's merge those layers. And then let's build some more. Let's go into something like this. Let's do that. That adds that little disruptive shape that I wanted without being overbearing. Nope, wrong one. Hey, what's up?
Hello, hey.
What's going on, Gabby? Gabby, I'm on vacation. I'm having a fucking fantastic day. I've got tons of time available for me to be able to do art and stuff this week and next week. And I've got my next day of work is scheduled on the 29th. And then I don't think I go back into the office until the 5th. So I've got a good, solid 2-week stretch here of me just being able to kick around and do this stuff. I'm pretty fucking excited. Let's do that. I'll blend that in here. Let's get that crisp. I'll blend and blend with sort of fabric-y little sort of effect. Oops, wrong color there. Yeah, like that. Gabby, how's the Eberron adventure coming along? Or campaign? Did you decide to go with Quickstone? That feels pretty good without being overbearing. It's a little simple, but I don't think I need to make it too complicated down here. I see text. There's that, and there we go. That feels better. Yeah, that breaks up that shape a little bit without having to get overbearing, and I don't really need to replicate it up here very much. Just blend that in a little bit here. And then that's pretty good.
What's up?
Right on. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, it's definitely coming along. We're making good progress. I'm okay with these bracers like that. Subtle, not a big issue. Maybe I want to drop a little bit of something along the edge here. Or maybe not. That's not looking horrible. Yeah, it doesn't really show up very well against the highlight, and I don't have any real reason for highlights back here. So I think I'm going to stay conservative with this, but let's just do that. Yeah, that feels right. Cool. That's just enough going on that it breaks it up. Next thing I think I want to work on is the eye. I'm feeling pretty good about that. I think let's get inside here a little bit and let's break this up. Maybe how do we want to do this? Like maybe strips like that. I'm missing text.
I don't get Cookstone.
Oh, got it. Cheers. Well, that's just around the corner. Just going to break up these lines a little bit here. And then blend that in like that. This should make things a little bit more interesting here. I see text. I'm going to go down to like a 10% eraser and fade these lines into the mantle. But like, that's very subtle, but it breaks up the shape a little bit, so it's not just a big plate anymore, right? It has this. It's interest. It's breaking up the shape. It's creating points of interest.
How's your verb system coming along? Huh.
I don't know what that's referring to. Like that? Is that the way to do this? Yeah. Yeah, that's really good. Let's go up here, and here, and here. Like that. This should end up looking pretty good.
Now we're looking that uses abilities are basically just verbs.
That use abilities. I don't know what we're talking about. So I don't want to have to curve around here to make these things work, because that's going to be really clumsy. So instead, I want to create some sort of object down here that can give a reason to cap off these lines progression. Let's do a 100% eraser so I can get rid of this. Hold on, I'll catch up with you in a second. I can blend these out. Down here in the shadow, so those don't have to be as prevalent. Almost there. I have to concentrate. There.
Weren't you making a role-playing game?
Oh! It was yeah. So that's we're still playing that at my alternate home table, and it's coming along pretty nicely. I don't know how much of a priority it is for me to make it as a separate role-playing game, but it's very fun. Yeah, you got the 6 ability scores, and then you have depending. Yeah, it basically breaks down into observation or interaction. And when you are attempting to do something, you're basically making an ability check. And it, like climbing a wall isn't necessarily always a strength check. If you have when you have strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and it's actually blocked off in sets of 2. So like this is like strength and charisma, which is like force of either will or like force of personality or physical presence. And then you've got skill, which is basically dexterity and intelligence. And then you've got grit, for lack of a better word, which is constitution and wisdom or willpower. So you have these three blocks in here. So whenever you do an ability check, choose one set of either like force of as either a forceful effort, a skillful effort, or a stubborn, gritful effort. And when you make your ability check, regardless of your result, you can't use that set anymore. So now we're going to do another thing here, and now we can't use that. So the next ability check we have to use has to be skill based. For dex and intelligence. So like if I have like a +3 here and a +1 for dexterity and like a +4 for intelligence and a -1 for constitution and like a -2 for wisdom and like say a -3 for charisma. When I'm using force of will, for example, I don't have a very strong force of personality because my charisma is a -3. My physical strength is a +3, so that's really strong. So I want to like work out how do I want to which stat block do I want to use when I need to use it, knowing that like these are all active. You can either use an observation or interaction with basically every turn. You have like movement and then you engage somehow. And then so you're using this rotation of ability checks, so you're never sure of which ability scores you're going to want to use. Because like you could use up like your force and your skill and only have grit left, and then something happens that the DM is like, use a I'm sorry, we had like strength and then charisma and then dexterity and intelligence and constitution and wisdom. So this and this are physical stats, and this and this are spirit or mental stats. So if I've blocked off these two and I blocked off these two, and suddenly the DM forces you to make a spirit defense roll, the only stat that you have left is your charisma, is your wisdom, with like maybe it has a +3 to your bonus, maybe it has like a -2, but you're gonna have your d20 plus mods, and then sometimes you can apply effort, which is a d4, d6, d8, d10, d12, depending on what rank the characters are at in their progression. So it has a lot of variables to it, and the trick is that you can't rely on a specific ability score to be available to do a check or like a defense roll or something when you need it. So the trick becomes, am I okay like hyper specializing in strength so that when I choose to use strength, I'm going to get a really good result, but that's going to mean I'm going to have to like sacrifice dexterity and intelligence. And I won't always have, and sometimes I'm going to have to make a dexterity or an intelligence roll. And I won't be able to avoid it because it might be the only thing that's left available to me. So there's this randomness where you're not necessarily sure what ability score you're going to be able to use at any time. But you can when you use all three of them, they all refresh. So like you can use your strength, like you can use force once, will once, skill once, and then they refresh. You get them all back. So you get the sequence. Which one do I want to use when I want to use it, and it changes the flavor of the thing that you're trying to do. Like if I'm trying to climb a wall and I don't have strength available to me, maybe I have my grit available. So just by the sheer stubbornness of sticking to the wall, I'll be able to eventually climb it because I'm just going to be stubborn enough just to stay in place. If instead climbing the wall I had, like, say, my intelligence available, I could roll intelligence as like I am logically, like I'm planning the route up the wall, so I can make use of all the handholds and stuff to find my way up the wall with minimal effort, so I can ignore my strength or my grit and instead rely on my intelligence to create a path for me. So that depending on what ability score is available is going to be the one that you choose any given time that you perform a task. And then based on what that ability score is, that's how you're going to depict and narrate how your character processes the role. And then if you fail, you get to then further riff of, like, I was using my intelligence to climb the wall, but I bungled the roll. So I didn't, it looked like it was a good spot, but I didn't have enough experience with it to know that hold, I wouldn't have the finger grip for it, so I slip. And that causes me to fall. Like, that's how I can narrate that interaction. So it's coming along. It's a fun system. It's very, very light. It's very, very fast, and everything basically works like Cypher's system, where it works on a scale of 1 to 10, and so a difficulty of something is going to be on a scale of 1 to 10, and then multiply that difficulty by 3. That's the DC that you have to roll on your D20 check. And if you succeed, if you hit the target number that you need, then you do the thing. Congratulations. If you fail the die roll, it starts incurring complications, like intelligence with the wall, for example. Maybe you slide and take some damage, but catch yourself, and you can continue climbing up the wall or whatever. Stuff like that. I think I'm okay with this as it is. I'm having a little bit of a problem down here with these things. So I feel like I want to create another. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Nope, this belongs here. Okay, we're just starting to stack up the layers. I got lost for a second. So let's add another layer. Go here and here. So yeah, it's coming along. I don't know if I'm going to build it out into an RPG anytime soon or not. I was looking at getting a trademark for it, but I don't really need one. And it's kind of a waste of money, so I kind of let that go. Don't really care. yeah, we're currently running a campaign, and we're at 3rd tier right now, so we're working our way up. And it'll cap at the 5th tier, and when it finishes, we'll switch to something else. Thanks for asking. Yeah, it's such a bare minimum resolution mechanic that I had to add randomness into it, because like always being able to roll strength, if your strength is high, that's just it's too shallow. So we introduced the randomizing element to keep things interesting. But yeah, we play that basically every week. I play that with my coworkers. We have a group of 6 coworkers that kind of round robin in when they're available to mess around and play a game, and they're enjoying the system. It's loose. It's very narrative, because you're always looking at like, what am I trying to do? What kind of a die roll can I make? What stats do I have available? How do I want to narrate that? And depending on how you narrate it, that's going to, like, success or failure, how you're narrating what you're going to do, the verb of it, as it were, that you mentioned. That's going to determine like the consequences of your action, whether you're successful or fail. You don't always have a good stat available to use, which is a fun aspect of it. I like that. That's there's not a lot to this, but it looks nice. So I'm going to let that sit like that. We're getting close to being done with the guy. The only thing we need to work on is its eye and its legs, and then this central drape. Let's go. I'm going to hit save real quick, and we're going to open up another portion. Let's conceal this page. We want to go find the Yugoloth and grab its eye. There you are. I fucking love this piece of art. This was a great monster paint. I love doing this. But we're going to grab this portion here. Copy that. Get the hell out of here, whatever you are. Yugoloth and the Ultroloth use the same. When the ritual completes, if the ritual is flawed, it creates the Yugoloth. If the ritual is perfect, it creates the Ultroloth. But they both are using the eye of Mabar as its when the Yugoloth is created, regardless of what kind of Yugoloth it is, it's using the same eye. That's free transform and flip. See, this is easy. Here, get that built in. Never didn't have it. Beep, 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 doo. Let's build that out here. And then let's take a little bit of that and let's bring it in here to help ground this in with the lighting. Adding lighting in from the just these little reflection points here helps ground it into the whole face of the whole yeah, into the face. Words, man. I'm getting mealy over here. Just keep it up. We're gonna want to stop sooner or later. Sooner than later. It's more accurate. Right now I'm just pushing endurance, trying to see if I can get the thing done while I'm still streaming here without having to back off. I just want to have this. I want this finished today to have that sense of completion, so we can start on something new tomorrow. And I don't want to have to take a break before I do it. I want to be able to hit this thing in this final stretch, which might mean I cut things a little bit shorter than I otherwise would if I was allowed infinite time to just whinge on this. I don't want that. That's looking pretty cool. Good. Third time's always a charm. Yep. I like that. All that sits nice. Let's go down to there. Right, thigh energy. Let's merge these down. There, just to get rid of that. Am I at a place where I can actually just merge these all together? Yes, except for the thighs. I think I can bold. Let's duplicate this group. Let's just be bold. Let's just take the whole fucking thing and duplicate those layers, and then let's merge them all together. That's what it's all about. Bump, bump. Now we have a single layer here that cuts through everything. There. Get back down into here, and let's start smoothing this stuff out. Once we smooth out the legs here, after this, the next thing. So we have these leg pieces, and then this central draping here, and then we'll build the whip, and then we'll be done. And it is currently 10 o'clock, so we have an hour and a half to finish off these little pieces. I want to be done by 11:30. That'll be a good solid 5 hours of streaming this morning. We'll be done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning to build, to start in on the next piece. But yeah, I definitely want to get this finished today just to get off my plate.
Shay. I wonder how you deal with translations if you ever make it a thing.
Like into different languages? Hell, I don't know. I don't think I ever would. I don't anticipate myself ever being big enough to worry about translating into other languages. I don't expect myself to ever really explode. Like this is a side hobby that I make money with. It is not my. I would love for this to be my full-time thing. That would be wonderful. That's the cape. But I don't anticipate it any year soon. Once I get to a place where I'm selling hundreds of thousands of books, or maybe tens of thousands of books even, I'll start looking at maybe considering languages. But until then, that would be like way above what I actually need to do. Oh, that's right. I bound all these things together. Dumbass. Straighten that out. Yeah, it may have been a little bit of a rush for me to bind the legs into the boots. That may have been a little jumping the gun a little bit, but it's what I felt like I was supposed to do, so I did it. That's how most of my life works. Create enough interest here, so I'm going to probably add in some more streamlines like we did up in the mantle above. Split that in. God, I'm really leaning, aren't I? Jesus. Zoom in, Kearney. Snap your finger, snap your neck, my man. Sit right. I can feel the fatigue. I normally do not stream this long, and it's been a while since I have. I used to stream long shifts like this a lot, like maybe 2 years ago. I don't know exactly what happened. Oh, my timing changed. I ended up having less time in the evenings than before. So I didn't have the opportunity to run long streams like this nearly as often. And the ones that I do run are typically game design, like on Mondays and Thursday nights. I used to stream at night all the time, and then never streamed in the morning. But when my schedule shifted with the job and I changed and I moved, it scuttled what my timing was on doing things. So I had to shift to doing artwork in the morning, because I didn't have blocks of time, reliable blocks of time in the evening. And it's since then stabilized, but I have less days in the evening that I can, or less evenings that I can do stuff like this than I used to. So I kind of, my endurance shifted with the new demands. Hadn't really noticed it because it's been a sort of subtle decline over the past 2 years. But yeah, I do not have the same endurance of painting on stream that I had 2 years ago. Most of the time it doesn't matter because, you know, most of the time I'm just, you know, arting for an hour and a half or so and then I'm out of here. And when I'm doing game design in the evening, I'm just constantly talking through the mechanical processes. So it's not like I have to generate talking points. It's just whatever it is I'm working on now becomes the next talking point. And it's easy when I'm doing game design to talk for a solid 3-hour block of time. Though it compromises the amount of actual design work that I get down on the page. The more I talk, the less I write. And the less I write, the less of a final product I have. You see, that's kind of a trap. Unless I had like text-to-speech, that might work. Maybe I'll do that. Let's build this out. Like, I don't technically have to worry about the legs in the illustration here, but I do have to worry about them in the token. So maybe I don't have to. The tokens, it's just a 1 inch. It's just a 1 inch space that occupies. So I don't need to be nearly as concerned about the legs here in the final illustration. So I am now able to sort of keep it simple, stupid. I've already got enough detail going around the piece. I can shunt a little bit towards the bottom here where there's less attention being paid. Wow! Wrong size. Let's bring that down. That. Get that shaped. There, like that. We'll do that. There, that gets built out proper here. There. Nice. In the leg angle, we don't have to worry about this reflected on the other side, so this is self-contained and very simple. Nice. I like that. Merge down. We don't have to, again, we don't really have to focus on the feet very much at all. We just need to fill the space and make sure it's properly shaped and not really worry about detail because there's nothing really going on down here. Scrap that. Sculpt this in here. Shape that right. Now we can trim that off. And I don't care if it's open-toed in the illustration. I'm having a hell of a time with the boots, with the feet. So I'm just going to give it boots. Yeah, it just made my life a hell of a lot easier. Let's reduce the size down. Actually, let's give it a tilt first, and then reduce its size. And let's tilt that foot up a little bit and bring this curve that in a little bit more. Thank you, Timely Timer. Let's get a bit of a tilt and then skew it up a smidge. Yeah, pretty good. We'll do that. We'll merge down. Build out another foot like this. The feet are so not important to the overall illustration. I can just basically make a decent silhouette, and it's going to be sufficient for what it needs to be. If it's too big, of course. Shape is about right. Let's trim this in here. That. Flatten that out. There, not so bad. Let's go over to here and whoa, 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 whoa. We're on the wrong layer here, son. Trim this in. Here. About like that. There we go. Yeah. This is gonna work out. There we go. Ah, this is getting heavy. This is definitely getting heavy. Oof, I am getting fatigued. I'd like to finish this in one go. I don't think I have it in me. I think we're gonna have to cut out of here pretty soon. I just need to take a break. So I'll probably finish this off screen tonight, so we can start on another piece. Yep, it's 10:15. I think I've just about hit my wall. See if I can push through just for a little while longer and see where we end up. But I definitely feel an endpoint coming on. Let's merge that down. Have that push. Let's see if I can get that right. There's a little edge along here. There we go. That looks really good. That's a good foot. Very boring footwear down here. Oh, these greaves. I think if we put some strips like we have up here, I think if we add those strips in to the leggings down here, I think that'll help make them a little bit more interesting. Straightening out that edge. And down here, just curve that out. I need to drop the strength of the smudge tool so it doesn't so it blends and smooths in instead of pushes pixels too much. There, like that. Much smoother. We'll leave it nicked and dinged. That's fine. Not horrible. Not awesome, but not horrible. How do we do? How about... cut across like that. See, that immediately makes this more interesting. There. This comes down here like this. Immediately more interesting. Look at that. It just lifts it up. And then we can do another one here. See, I don't need to do any more than that. That is enough break in form that it creates shapes. And that's good enough for me. Actually, I need to push this one back up a little bit. But the whole of it needs to drop down just a smidge. There. That looks cool. Now, can we... duplicate something around here. That. And then basically another piece like this. There we go. Yeah, this guy looks really fucking cool now. Like all these bits is just kind of folding together very, very nicely. So let's go here and let's add in just a little bit more darken over here just to get that filled in proper. Just drop that in here like that, like there. And really get this darkened into here. no complaint. So far, so good. So what? I don't need the teeth along the edges. I'm not exactly duplicating this. I'm just using it as a reference point. I don't think that the teeth edginess on here at this point is actually going to increase the quality of the piece. I'm pretty fucking happy with it. So let's grab this here and then put some highlights down around here. There, like that. Yeah, little spots. All right, this is really coming together. The only thing left we have is the whip. I'm actually pretty fucking happy with that. Actually, let's take this and toss those into the trash drawer. I'll take the cape here and let's zoom in real quick just to see along the shape that we're building here. Good enough. Oh crap! I forgot about the central flap thing here. Let's figure out what we're doing with that. Oh, we can go with the same, I think, armored motif sort of idea here. So let's build one thing here. Come on, baby. The little in bits here that are really dragging us down. And that's too tilted. That's better. That's better. Let's build that up there. There. Come on. There, like that. Get that line in there. So far, so good. This is looking pretty good.
Hey, what's up? Well, hey, Pitbull, what's you doing, my dude?
Yeah, I do all the art for my own books. So I design a book. We design a book. We play test it. When we finish it, we write up the book proper like. We then get an editor to make sure I check myself, and then we do the page layouts, and then we do the artwork. So, and we still have this reference down here, but let me show you here. So I use since it's a digital product, only digital PDF. I can use a 16:9 format here. So if you were to full screen, this is the full screen panel, and this format
works like horizontally here. You can see one page at a time, either on a phone or on a tablet, on your desktop, widescreen. And each column is also 16 by 9. So when you turn your phone this way, when it becomes a PDF, you'll only look at one column at a time. But most of the information in the book is organized so that each column is a complete thought unto itself. I'm really enjoying that format. So yeah, this is the 618th episode of us making all the maps, tokens, page illustrations, paintings, cover arts, assets, all the shit that goes along with it. So this has been rolling for over a year. Well, like almost 2 years now that we've been doing asset production. It's been a little goddamn ridiculous. But we're coming to the end. Next couple weeks, I expect to have this thing finished and published, and then we'll grab like the bashing campaign that we were working on last night, for instance, and start doing the cover art for that and building it out and structuring it and all the blah 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 that goes into making a book. So I actually started making books because I didn't like the amount of money that was being offered for the type of artwork that I like to produce for role-playing games. So I had the idea, well, instead of trying to get recruited by book publishers to make the type of art that I want, why don't I just make my own books? And instead of trying to sell my art, I'll sell the books, and that'll pay for the design time and all the asset creation that I invest into it. And now that means that when I stream my artwork, I basically just get to talk about whatever shit I want to talk about, whether it's the book itself or some sort of game philosophy, or just, what do I think about the new Mighty Nine series, or whatever it is that we're talking about. I can basically just hang out here and kick back and do some artwork while I chat with you guys. So normally I only do artwork from 6:30 till 8 o'clock Seattle Pacific time, -8 UTC. But I'm on vacation this week, so I didn't have to go into work this morning. So instead I decided to log 5 hours of artwork this morning. Instead of an hour and a half, we'll do 5. And as a result of it, we should be finishing this piece up here pretty shortly. We still have the whip, but like the actual body of the Ultroloth itself is damn near finished. And I'm pretty happy with it. Before I put the details on it, I often don't like how a piece sits, but once we start dropping details in it, it ends up looking pretty fucking cool. And this is ending up to look pretty fucking cool. Just have that whip that we need to bring in. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's resolve where we're at right now. It's good to see you, Pitbull. Thanks for hanging out with us last night. Normally, my typical schedule is Monday through Friday in the morning doing artwork, and then we do game design like last night, Mondays and Thursdays, and then Saturday morning instead of 6:30 a.m. we start at 9:30. We go from 9:30 to 1, doing more game design. And this Saturday, I think we're going to work on more Strixhaven Mage Tower athletes. So I start thickening up the roster of characters that we have built that I can use as NPCs to compete against character teams. That feels pretty good. It's a little sloppy. There, that straightens it up a little bit. Yeah, I've been a freelance illustrator since 1999, and I took a little break for a little while, but like in 2016, I did about 150 Bob Ross paintings that year to figure out how to do Bob Ross painting digitally, which I was rather successful at. So once we finish this book, we'll do some Bob Ross paintings as a palette cleanser before diving into the next book. Hey, what's up? No, this is all my own independent stuff. I publish on the DMsGuild. So it's just I've been a fanboy of D&D content since I was 12. It's like 38 years ago, and it's been a personal dream of mine to create content with WotC, but it's such a competitive field. I don't think I'd be able to do it on my own. But the DMsGuild allows me to use their IP to publish stuff, which I take full advantage of while I can. Let's go into here and let's straighten out that line a little bit like that. Honestly, Wizards has so many layoffs and so much staff turnover these days that I don't know if I'd want to work with them, because I have a pretty good marketing gig that I've been working at this company for like 17 years, and I'm pretty fucking good at my job, so I don't feel like quitting. But I also have the freedom of time to be able to do this as a side hustle. And if this were to pop off somehow and, start creating 6-digit figures for me a year, yeah, I'd quit my day job. But I'd have to be making more than $100,000 a year for it to be worth my time. Otherwise, it's just a really fun, productive hobby. I have to produce art. I don't have a choice. There's a signal in me that just won't stop until I put the artwork in, and then it just changes the frequency a little bit and projects a new image. I have to keep producing. It's just a matter of how much can I in a day before I get exhausted. I don't think I want to plate up the whole thing. I also don't think I want that central line anymore. That's not serving our purpose anymore. So drop that out of the way. Let's see. So as soon as I can figure out this whole central bit here, I'll be able to move on to the whip and then finish the piece. And it's 10:30. I've got an hour left that I have scheduled for this. What are they competing in? I'm super interested now. Could you tell me more about... are you familiar with Strixhaven? Let's start there. What are you already familiar with Strixhaven? And I'm talking about Mage Tower, the sport, the college sport that they introduced into Strixhaven. I mean, Strixhaven initially was a card set for Magic the Gathering that was basically like their answer to Harry Potter as a Magic the Gathering setting, as an independently owned IP. Yeah. So the adventure that Wizards published is called Strixhaven Curriculum in Chaos. But the Magic the Gathering set was just Strixhaven, Harry Potter, and Magic the Gathering, basically. So they built a D&D campaign out of it that takes you, I think, from like level 3 to 8. And it's very much like Harry Potter school sort of stuff. Most of the adventure is built around like how to make skill checks as like studying and like it's a very combat. It's very, very combat light. It is not a combat focused campaign at all. And but they have this sport called Mage Tower, which is basically like. It's basically like a type of magic rugby, like rugby where you can cast spells at each other and stuff. But the way that the adventure is written, that Wizards wrote it, is they didn't want to create an entire combat action economy sport, because that would take it took us about 20 pages to write it all up properly. And there's no way that they're going to invest that just as a side lark idea. But the problem is that there's so little combat actually built into the Strixhaven campaign that they published that you have to inject a lot of combat. But it's school where you're not supposed to be having your life threatened. So how do you square that circle, And so converting the Mage Tower, the way that Mage Tower is written in the book is that it's just an ability check. Specifically, what you do is, if you have, like, say, 3 players on one team and 3 players on another team, everyone makes an ability check of their preference, and if they have proficiency, add the proficiency bonus, like you normally would with skill checks and shit. But you make a skill check, everyone on the team makes one skill check and add up your results, and then compare that to the total results of the enemy team. and whichever team's result is higher wins the match. And that is deeply unsatisfying. That is very much like we didn't try to make this an actual part of like the adventure. It's just a side lark thing to frame another portion of the adventure. So it's like it's not actually about competing in Magic Rugby. So that was incredibly unsatisfying. So we took what Mage Tower was and basically created a 5e combat action economy way to play basically rugby. And so we did our first play testing. I have a Curse of Strahd team that I'm a player in, not the DM, but we've had a number of life changes amongst our players. So it's less and less common that we're able to get all 5 players at the board, and we made the executive decision that, hey, if everyone doesn't show up, we pause Curse of Strahd and do something else as a team to maintain our friendship and camaraderie. And so one of our players asked, hey, does somebody else want to like run a side campaign so that when we're not doing Curse of Strahd, we're just playing something instead of just bullshitting and drinking beer and stuff. And so I volunteered to put a side campaign together, starting at level 6 through whatever. And since I'd already been working on this Strixhaven Mage Tower idea, it's like, how about you guys build student athletes, and we can have a match of Mage Tower, and then with what time we have left in the session, we can do campus romping and stuff, and do whatever. And the team was generally in favor of that idea, and we were missing some people on Saturdays, so we ran our first match of Strixhaven of Mage Tower, and it was incredibly successful. So yeah, I have a lot of if you do a search in my live streams tab, you can do a search for Mage Tower. I think it's 2 words, Mage Tower or Strixhaven, and you'll find a bunch of content about us actually building it out. And now I want on my Discord server, I want to collect a roster of like maybe 4 or 6 people that are willing to build Strixhaven athletes using the color mana system that I have developed, and then use those characters as athletes to play matches of Mage Tower or Magic Rugby, using movement, object interaction, attack, bonus action, movement, speed, reactions, all that stuff, all that action economy that you normally use. We've translated into running around, picking up a ball, and then using the ball to hit the goal to score a point. And that's the core of it. But then you have all these little caveats and like interactions, like stat and spell interactions and stuff that need to be considered. So we're fleshing it. So we're playtesting it to make sure that we find all those little caveats. So once those are completed, we can actually roll it out as something to use in Strixhaven. Like if you want to add combat to Strixhaven but not risk your character's lives, play Mage Tower. Here's the rules and mechanics of how to do it. That's the skinny of it. I like how this is coming along. Let's grab this here and highlight that so it's brighter. Because we created a color mana system from Magic the Gathering, the 5 color mana system that Magic the Gathering uses, and since they're creating Magic the Gathering settings in D&D, I was excited that Ravnica was going to be their first book, because I assumed that they were going to introduce like how to use color in a Magic the Gathering campaign for spellcasting, but they didn't. There's like, not just use the normal spellcasting, fantasy, and magic system with the 8 schools. It's like, but why would you bother playing a Magic the Gathering setting if you can't embrace the color magic system? That everything is like, that's the physics of the magic physics of Magic the Gathering worlds, is that the color magic system is the fundamental building block of creating the world and all the creatures and all the magic effects and blah blah blah. And they didn't address it at all. They're like, no, just use the fantasy and magic system that we already created. It works just fine. And I'm like, that's incredibly unsatisfying. So I spent a year developing, playtesting, and then creating rules for color mana instead of spell slots and advancing magic that's typical to D&D. And then I kept publishing books about it. And now Strixhaven, a Magic the Gathering setting, it's like, oh, well, you have this sport thing, but like Strixhaven itself is a magic college. And the way that it's framed is you go to learn how to cast spells and to build your spell repertoire and do research and stuff like that. But why would a martial, like, why would you need a barbarian in Strixhaven? Like, why the fuck? He's not going to read a book. He's going to eat it. You know, there's no sense to that. It's not. It's a neat theme for Magic the Gathering, which doesn't really go into personalities and role-playing at all, or ongoing plot lines that are serial by nature that keep evolving. It's just it's a competitive match. You got 20 hit points. Whoever hits 0 first loses, and then you can completely switch worlds and decks and style and stuff. So it's a card game. It's not a role-playing game. So importing the idea of a card game into a role-playing game introduces the challenge of how do you develop your character? And if you love the Magic the Gathering system, you probably like color mana. And if that's not available, you kind of disconnect from the content. Like, you know, it becomes more of a meh than a must-have. So I wanted to create a color mana system where you can tap mana to trigger effects and maintain concentration on things and blah, blah, blah. That's been incredibly successful. That is a great system. I've used it through two full 1 to 20 level campaigns so far, and I absolutely love it. So we published all those books. Now that 2024 has come out, we get to revise them. But the big problem is that, again, why would marshals bother going to Strixhaven? A barbarian doesn't have any spell casting, so what use is it? So instead of it being a school about researching and casting spells, although it's about how to learn to take control of your mana pool and how to build mana and how to use it to how to wield that mana for effects and spells. And so for martial characters, we developed the martial powers system, which is an alternate magic system that uses the half-casting scale progression that fighters, barbarians, monks, and rogues have access to as a new alternate half-casting magic system, so that martials have the same breadth of choices and preparation and like character design decisions as a player as casters have, because you select all these powers that you spend mana on. And so now going to Strixhaven is about learning how to increase and control your mana pool. Whether you're a spellcaster or you channel powers or both as a Gish, we created an alternate magic system that utilizes the same color magic mechanics that we built for Magic the Gathering settings. So now if the Scion gets published, all 14 classes we already have formatted into the color magic paradigm with all the subclasses and the spells already built. It's a fully functioning system, but 2024 has made a number of changes to the characters that I then want to now go in and rebuild the books to use the 2024 mechanics, because I've been building books for 7 years now. My skill set has improved quite a bit since the first books that I made, which were the color mana books. So now I kind of want to go in and just reformat them to up the quality of the product as well as update it for 2024. And part of all of that process is once we get the color mana books published, then we can publish the Martial Powers book. And once the Martial Power book publishes, we can publish the Strixhaven book, which means I've got like 8 months of free time to play test the Strixhaven rules until we get to a point where the Martial Powers is published, which is where the athletes are coming from, like your barbarian athlete channeling mana to increase damage and like escape effects and the teleport and all that shit without actually having to be a spellcaster, stays with the lore and mechanics of how 5e is supposed to work with the different characters, but it puts a very different spin on it because it becomes spell points and mana focused as the base resource that all characters share. So it becomes a unifying language, like everyone wields magic, everyone has mana, just how do they use it? And that changes the flavor of what the School of Strixhaven is about. And now there's a reason for barbarians to show up and train so that they can learn how to wield magic better while they're raging, for instance. And I really like how this
feel like I want to leave this like that and then just grab these colors here and drop them in instead. So let's do that. Let's go here and drop this stuff in here like that. So that's what we do. We change the way that 5e game mechanics works to introduce different styles or narratives of play, or different ways to approach building your character, stuff like that. That feels pretty good. Let's go down here and let's build this out a little bit. That feels pretty good. All right, that's another 20-minute timer. Where are we at, like 11:10? We're 10:50, so I've got 40 minutes left for me to build a whip. And then this piece will be finished. So I wanted to be done with this piece by 11:30 and call it quits for the day, and then come back tomorrow morning for another long block to do more artwork of whatever artwork it is that we end up doing, and proceed from there. So far, everything is really panning out for us today. I'm on Christmas break, so I don't work again. I'm going to put in a day on Monday the 29th, a week from yesterday. But and then obviously we have Christmas on Thursday, so I'm going to be back tomorrow morning. I'll be back on Friday. We'll do Magic and Strixhaven game design and character building on Saturday. I always take Sunday off, my day of rest. And then we'll come back on. Then I'll work on Monday, but then I'll have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It'll be New Year's Day, so I'll probably spend that time on Thursday with friends and family. Then I'll have Friday off as well, and then Saturday game design again next week, and then Monday the 5th I'll go back to work like usual. Wait, what is going on down here? Something wonky is happening. Let's straighten all this shit up. Make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Oh, my eraser's not 100%. What the fuck? There we go. I know that was pretty vague, but you know, there you go for now. Oh yeah, because this is the fucking cape. Durr. Leave that be. Cape. And add that in there. Thank you. Straighten that up. So let's see. There's many layers on this cape, so we need to figure out where each one is affected. Just a little bit of cleanup down here. Hopefully without actually causing new trouble. Hello, folks. Let's drop the opacity or the strength of that smudge brush down a little bit so it's a little easier to handle. Yeah, I started picking up freelance gigs as an artist back in 1999, 2000. sorry, around 2000, maybe 2001, when third edition published and the OGL came out, and a bunch of companies started creating third-party content and needed illustrators. So it was a new industry, basically, self-publishing RPG stuff that hadn't happened before. That was new. There we go. Straighten that edge up inside there. Here. Here. Just little details. There. I don't really need to murder myself on the details. I'm pretty happy with that. I think I'm content with this here. Let's see if there's a plate or something I want to put in that girdle. Third time's a charm. Let's do this. This is the Eye of Mabar, the symbol of Mabar in Eberron. That a little bit here with some off lighting. That's good enough. Okay, cool. Body's done. Cape is done. Let's go into the whip and modify that. Oh, delete. Take this. We're going to drop the opacity down. Okay, so we've got an hour to make a whip. Or a half hour to make a whip. Oh, we're pushing it now, folks. Let's look at our reference image to see what his whip looks like. Okay, fine. Mercurial Whip. Melee attack roll +9, reach 15 feet, high hit is 25 damage on average, force damage, and the Ultroloth can teleport the target up to 10 feet to an unoccupied space the Ultroloth can see that isn't in the air. Fair enough. So we have our trail of whippage. Here's our end dagger point. So let's start with that and work our way forward. And let's just go with flat black for now. And if everything goes well, we'll be able to have segments that we can just chain together, so we don't have to worry about a smooth curving line. We can just have a chain links that roughly match that smooth curved line, because the chain links aren't going to be perfectly liquid smooth like a braided rope could be. I like this song. Bow, bow. intentional. Like that. Let's make a counterpoint over here. Sweep it like this. Sweep it like this. There, and then let's curve this one in. Make these cool, vicious looking shapes. Yeah, like that. That's a fun shape. That's a good initial shape. Let's create some more. We're going to create a separate layer, and let's create let's be symmetrical about this. Here, transform, flip vertical, erase that, merge this down. Duplicate the layer, free transform, flip horizontal, there, merge down. This in place. Free transform. All we have to do is line up the links along the curved line that we already have established. There.
This is gonna be so easy because I don't have to do a lot of detail on this. It's a force whip. It does force damage. It's a magical energy whip. So I don't have to worry about lighting and shadow. I just need the base shapes, and then I can manipulate them with aura and radiance. This is going to be not super difficult to achieve. So let's just keep layering in pieces and just work our way around the curve and see how we end up. But this should go pretty easily. Famous last words. They can't directly be centered with each other because the way that the chains overlap and link with each other. It's like, that's probably good. Grab this, copy, paste, and then give this one a curve. Bring this down here. That. You want to curve this a little bit more. Like that. Duplicate. Transform. Keep bringing it around. Copy, paste. Let's change the angle on that just a smidge. There. See, it's going to end up being a pretty fucking badass little chain. And it's breaking across this point here where I was concerned about detail. We don't have to worry about it because we're dropping this power blade through here. That's going to help break up the shapes. Here, and what I'm actually going to do is free transform and foreshorten this one a bit, and then curve it. Give this a bit more of a twist here. And then paste here. Let's bend this down here like that, and then bring it in a little bit more. Transform. Copy, paste. Curve this around a little bit more. Making our way around the curve. Let's make that blade a little less weird, more interesting here. Something like that. Like that.
I'm not Batman. I like that shape overall. That feels pretty good. All right, get back to work, Kearney. No time for a guy to get low. You got shit to finish, Kearney. You're almost there. Stay on target. Curving it around. I'm running really short on time over here. It's 11:11. Everyone, make a wish. I hope we have peace in the decisions we have to make. That's a good wish. Let's go here. Let's smoke this one out a little bit more because we're curving out. Paste. Transform. Let's tilt this so it's more vertical. Then free transform. Free transform. It's like I've heard the song before. We're getting there, guys. Luckily, we don't have to shade any of this stuff. What we're probably going to do is probably bond these all together into a single layer and then do a radiant highlight around them and then do a Gaussian blur so it creates a shining radiance. That should be sufficient for the effect and probably end up looking pretty cool. But just got to get ourselves all the way around this curve. Just keep working it, Kearney. Copy, paste. Transform. That vertical. Retransform. Extend it a bit more. Transform. Give it a tilt. Yeah, probably like about like that. Now we'll use a layering mask to block these things out, but for now we're going to paint them in front of, we're going to layer them in front of the Ultroloth, like that. Transform. Let's bring this in a smidge. Like paste, transform, curve. Free transform, free transform. Thank you. Curve a bit. Very good. Free transform, curve it a bit. This, curve this one, like that. Yeah, let's put it like that. How does this stack up with this? Yeah, that's about identical. So that's about where we actually want to be at. And we'll start foreshortening around here, like in this block here. We can foreshorten a little bit, and then we can stretch out again, and then we can foreshorten here until it hits until it joins into the actual hilt of or handle of the whip. Should work out. So far, so good. So what, you know? Duplicate. Transform. Curve that down. But yeah, this energy radiance halo effect is going to be much more effective. Than trying to draw them individually as like physical objects. That would just be absolutely fucking torturous. There we go. That's starting to work out. Let's just start foreshortening it just a smidge. Free transform. Curve it up. Over, uncurve it up, about like that. I kind of want to bring this down here like that. So let's bring this up a bit here. So we can have those things aligning. See that the chain's segmented, but it's a smooth. It feels like a smooth curve. I don't have to be perfect with my curvature because the segmented aspect of it with the float of the reins gives it wiggle room to be off-centered at different points. I do need this. Okay, now we can start foreshortening some more. Copy, paste. A little bit further around here. Now we have this piece here. We're going to foreshorten it even more. Bring this down, free transform, give it a twist. Paste. More foreshortening. Copy. Bring this around. Free transform. Almost there. Stay on target, guys. Actually, Transform. Tilt. Excuse me. Free transform. No, let's leave that be. Free transform. Twist. There. Check that shit out. We'll just adjust our layers here to get this thing out of the way. There we go. That's accurate. Let's save real quick just to prevent any kind of trouble from coming through. The next thing that we want to do is open this up. And then drop all the way down to here and then fold that up into a layer. We're now going to duplicate that layer. We're going to merge that layer down. So now it's just a single thing. And we can duplicate that. And then underneath it, let's grab the color that they're using for radiance from here, just for reference. Purple. Light purple. Okay, I'll go with purple. I need to go lighter than that. Really, really bright like that. Because I need contrast to pop here. So that's our layer there. And now we're going to duplicate that layer. And we're going to go with a filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Create that magical effect inside the blackness. And the blackness is just a black necrotic energy, and now it's surrounded by this purpley radiance. Duplicate the layer one more, and we'll go back into filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and we'll reduce. There we go, so that we create more of a there. And now using that purple lighting. Tempting. Hey, really? Yeah, it's super fucking cool, huh? Maybe we take this and like we could drop it in. No, I think I want to leave it as hard black. I think that creates fun contrast. But since we have that established now, that's our whip. Now we can go back to our body, and we can layer in some highlights where the whip is near. Thank you. Whip of pain. Yeah, no kidding, right? Just a little finishing effects here. We got like maybe 10 minutes left. Yeah, 5-10 minutes left, something like that. That's all we really need, though, right? We hit all our points. We got the whip made. We've completed the body. We're going to bounce out of here just after 11:30. But since we're so close here, I want to like add in some purpliness across here. Actually, no, I don't want to do it that way. I do want it on the metal because the metal is highly reflective. So that just makes sense. Neat. I'm into it. We'll go here, just fade this in here, just along that highlight, that rim there. Something like that. Excuse me. That's not feeling right. I need to erase that down and rework that real quick.
What's up? Oh, right on, Steve.
Dude, thanks a lot for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you. I will see you on the other side, my dude. Excuse me. What went wrong over here? Something went wrong. No. What is going on with you over here, my dude? There is something weird going on with this. What are you on about? I see what you're on about now. I understand now. Transform. Select inverse. There. That's the proper way to do that. Except for this bit. Perfect. Yes, actually very, very good. Let's pick up that radiance some more. Got like maybe like 5 minutes left before I'm finished with this thing, so everything's coming along very nicely. I'm gonna how do you manage to make it look 3D, but I know, right? It's working out very, very nicely. That's just, you know, I've been doing this for decades. After doing something for decades, you get pretty good at it. Super close to done with this piece. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, I think that looks really, really fucking cool. Well done, guy. Let's drop that away. Wrong button. That one. And now we're gonna fold that all in. Trash drawer, fold in the Ultroloth. Here's the total piece here. So we're going to add a masking layer here. Let's grab the cloud brush so we can smudge this stuff all in. this, blend that all in. I ran out of music again. This time's okay because we're about done. And blend, 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 blend until we win. This is just a masking layer, so I didn't destroy any of it. It's just hidden. I suppose it's the lighting. Yeah, it's going to be the lighting. It's always, lighting is everything. Everything is two-dimensional until you add light in to create curved or angled surfaces. So that is literally accurate. Like, that is the only way that you can make a shape look like a form. Form is a three-dimensional object. A shape is a two-dimensional object. And it's the lighting that causes that two-dimensional object to look three-dimensional. That is literally the purpose of lighting for forms. So very accurate observation that you've made. Incredibly accurate. Now I just gotta work this stuff so that the text doesn't get fucked with, but it still looks cool instead of being just like hard clipped. I could probably come in here like this, and maybe if we reduced the size of the illustration a little bit. There. The music died, but I don't feel like going in and fixing it because we are literally like seconds away from finishing. So I want to do an aesthetically pleasing fade here. There, like that. There we go. I tell you what, man, that lack of music is really loud, though. I'm going to mask this away. Come on, let's make that work. Let's make this work. There. So close to done. There. Just gotta trim off that end. There we go. Let's get that trimmed in. There we go. What's up? So one thing I noticed while looking at a lot of stat blocks for research for my my little ranger project was that a lot of the DC for monster areas really are monster DCs are very, very low because they want you to win most of the time. So yeah, monster DCs tend to be pretty low. I think we're good. There we go. Oh, hell yeah, my dudes. This worked out really, really fucking nicely. Like, I wasn't very excited about this piece. Like, I didn't have a lot of hope for it. But once we got all the details and the stuff going, it looks pretty fucking cool. So
we're going to go ahead and hit save there, and that guy's done. When we come back tomorrow, we're going to use this empty space here. Here's a Theurgy, and I think what we're going to do is a sort of silhouette style painting in the poisonous mists with a bunch of Theurges attacking the guy. So that should be fun to depict, and it'll be a nice change of style. God, this really did turn out really nicely. Fucking A. It's not perfect, but it looks pretty damn good. I might end up working on it some more or whatever if I want to, but I'm pretty happy with it. I'm going to call it done. Let's go to my list of things to do. And we're going to scratch the Ultroloth off. And we're going to start working on the Theurgy mob next. And then we have a bunch of little corner vignette pieces that we need to fuck around with. Blah, blah, blah. So I think it's highly likely the Vulpina Creeper and the Plague Tree and the Theurgy Swarm, we'll be able to get those all done here in the next week that we're on vacation. And then I'll continue plugging away at stuff in the evening. And then like I'm going to log off here and get to work on a map to start working on that some, which isn't going to be as entertaining as this. But that's it. We're done for the day, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and bounce out of here for now. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. Seattle time. I'll be off on Thursday, which means no Thursday or night. I might be on in the evening. I guess it depends on what friends and family are doing and when we decide to... I'm not assuming I'll be on Thursday, but I'll have an opportunity to probably do streaming on Friday afternoon. We'll do Friday morning stream, and then we'll probably do some Friday afternoon stream perhaps as well. And then we'll have Sunday, of course. I'm happy. Right on. See you later, guys. I will see you all on the other side.